A very warm welcome back then. Here we are at the denouement of the group stage. It is night 5 of the MODUS Super Series here in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I'm Jonathan, and joining us alongside to look ahead to what should be another fantastic night of action is the 3-time Lakeside World Champion, Premier League Champion, Dennant. Glenn, it really does feel like we've been building to a fantastic crescendo here. I know we normally get to finals night on the Saturday, but to be fair, these 5 players could easily be in finals night. They're that good. Yeah, the atmosphere in the Players' Lounge is great. I mean, to be fair, it's been like that all week, and we've really bigged up this group, you know, Thursday night, Friday night session, and they delivered last night. And there's just a really nice atmosphere in there. I think it's conducive to wonderful darts tonight. I think it should be, but we have got 3 spaces left then here for finals night tomorrow night. Conor Heenan won his place on Wednesday, and 2 other people booked their spots earlier on today. With more on that, here's Henry Deakin.
There's a lot of positives for Jack Vincent to take from his week at the Super Series. He didn't qualify through Group C, but it's a week's worth of experience for the 22-year-old from Dunstable. As for Lee Shewan, there was glimpses of Brilliance Bill's inconsistency, which is the reason why he wasn't at the top end of the group. It was a much better Friday for Josh Richardson, his highlight being this 1-4-8 to break the throw in the opening leg of his match against Jack Vincent. Jacques Larbe, the Frenchman, was so close to qualification, he just narrowly missed out on a place in Saturday night's finale. The Lancashire Rose, Lisa Ashton, will be there for the showpiece occasion on Saturday night, thanks in part to finishes just like that. But it was Parkin who took his place on the perch at the top of the group, with his highlight being this fantastic 1-3-4 checkout against Josh Richardson.
It certainly was, Henry. It was Richie Parkin who, oh, what a dream debut. We talked about it yesterday, and we'll talk about it again today. It was a fantastic moment for him to top that group, and Lisa Ashton in particular as well. Fantastic to see the Lancashire Rose back here for finals night. Yeah, I mean, honestly, back home on the Teesside area, everyone's delighted because he's just one of them players who's been on the periphery for a long time. I knew he could go and do big things, but maybe just didn't have the finances, maybe didn't have the drive, and I think this week's given him that impetus now to go forward. And you know, I just think Saturday night with Lisa in it as well just makes it a better night for all, and the right 2 went through in the end. Yeah, let's just have a quick look at the Group C table from the earlier on this morning, or potentially we might be able to. But like we say, Jacques Larbe has got there in 3rd place. He only just missed out, as we can see there up on the screen. And Josh Richardson as well, and Lee Shewan and Jack Vincent there finishing in 4th, 5th and 6th. But Jacques Larbe, once again, French darts, we talked about it for much of this week, just seems to be going all the way up. I think me and Henry nearly called it. We felt that if he'd have got there on Saturday night, he could have just been that dark horse, and for him just to miss out in the end. And you know, it went. Lisa had to win that penultimate game against Josh, which she did, and it would have been really exciting watching Jack go into that last game. But like I say, it's Lisa and Richie, and one of them 2 could win it on Saturday night. Well, one of the 3, of course, that will be able to qualify out of Group B, and that is what we're watching tonight, the final night of group stage action before we get into finals night. Top of the table is Matty Dennant. Then you've got Mike Warburton, Lee Evans and Jamie Kelling all on 4 points. Andreas Harrysson is on 2 points at the bottom, but by no means out of qualification. This is a very, very important group, of course, Glenn, because it feels like one result could change everything in this group. It's packed, and we nearly had a stage where every player was on 4 points. That's how tight the group is there. And for me, you know, the standout players are the ones who are at the top there. And, you know, Matty and Mike Warburton was phenomenal, even in the games he lost. But he really laid down a marker, which tonight it's the opening game between the 2 lads, and it was a big 4-0 victory. So, but just watch out for Andreas Harrysson. He was way off the mark yesterday. Fingers crossed for him, he comes back. Yeah, 10 games for you tonight. By the end of those 10 games, we will know our final 3 finalists to go into finals night. Let's take a look at that first matchup, that is Mike Warburton against Jamie Kelling. A big matchup, as you said before, Glenn. It was a 4-0 victory for Mike Warburton. It sort of gave him a bit of an impetus coming back into this group, who had, like you say, a really wide range of performances, and was beaten despite throwing some really good stuff. And Jamie Kelling started the night off well, fell away across the end. This is a big game for both. Yeah, he did. He laid a marker. You know, I mean, Jamie done his work at the beginning. Probably went away when you lose them last 2 rather than the first 2. But Mike, you know, he
last game of the night, 4-0, and he was growling as he walked off the stage. It was a big moment for him and could be quite decisive.
Yeah, as you can see there, this is the moment that he wrapped up the victory here on 49th, taking out a double 16 for that victory. This is a big game as well because the loser could feel a bit detached from the remaining qualification places in this group. Yeah,
getting off quickly is going to be really important. Matty Dennen did it yesterday. It was a fantastic game, just shy of 100 average to Mike's 94. So to get off, you know, and I see it as a real positive being first game of the night. I think some players have struggled with that theory there, but if one of these comes out the traps quickly, it could be their night.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Glenn, we're going to let you head down to the commentary box and get yourself nice, warm and cosy, and hopefully you're warm and cosy back wherever you're watching around the world. This is MODUS Super Series Group B. It is moving nights here in Portsmouth. Let's send it down to the players and our referee, Paul Hinks, and join in the commentary box, Henry Deacon. Good evening, Henry.
Good evening, Charlie. Good evening, everyone. Welcome along to the second part of Decision Day here at the MODUS Super Series. So, we know the 3 of the 6 players that are going to be participating at finals night tomorrow. Conor Heenahan, Lisa Ashton and Richie Parkin is going to be a part of the red carpet occasion and the Darty Party in Pompey. But we've got 3 more spaces to fill over the next 3 hours or so. Who is going to join them in the finals field? Well, Mike Warburton is well in with a chance, as is Jamie Kelling. Every single one of them, as we saw on the league table at the top of the programme, has got a realistic chance of working their way through to finals night tomorrow evening. The player with the work to do is probably going to be Andreas Harrysson, but Warburton and Kelling, one will get onto 6 points of victory here, level with Matt Dennen, who takes to the stage next up against Andreas Harrysson. So, let's see what game 1 is going to bring us. Let's see what the second part of Decision Day is going to bring us. And let's do it in the company of the 3-time Lakeside champion, former Premier League winner, Glenn Dennant.
Thank you very much, Henry. It just feels like there's something really exciting going to be happening tonight. Once again, I've tried to bring that players' lounge to the home. You know, the guys in there, they're feeling really good about the situation tonight. And all 5 of them know that they're in with a heck of a chance of getting through. I think it's a real positive going first tonight. Go down there, go and lay a marker down and say, I'm going to be there Saturday night.
Does it help even more so in a group that is so congested, so tight?
Yeah, I'm sure they've all evaluated the games overnight. You know, with Jamie, who's playing now, he came out the traps like Usain Bolt yesterday.
108!
Just exactly like that on cue. But then he lost his last 2 games, so you just felt that he may have sort of concentrated on the negatives and the way he finished compared to how he started. Whereas Mike was just, I thought he was fantastic all night, and the statistics confirm that. I thought it was really refreshing speaking to Jamie. He doesn't fear any of these players in the group. He feels like he can score with the best of them. And he just feels whoever's the best finisher, the finishing statistic could be key for the 3 people getting through. And I thought that was quite...
140.
I thought he was spot on with that assessment.
Warburton first to finish then in this first leg of the evening session, leaving 51 after 12.
Mike Yukar, 51.
The double 16. For 14 dart, 15 darter.
19.
He's been really solid in that area as well. I think he'd be a little disappointed. Jamie's talked about the finishing. And is he going to dive on top of that?
Game show.
He missed a double 12 yesterday, so that might have been on his mind there. But that hurts when you've had darts to win and then someone pings that finish in the 80s. You know, that hurts. It's advantage Kelling already.
Game on.
And a breaker throw in a leg, although he hit a maximum, it felt like Warburton was in control of. And this could be his second of the match in the second leg of the match. It's a flying start for Jamie Kelling.
Absolutely, Henry, because, you know, as we've discussed there, Mike won the game 4-0.
95.
A lot of the questions we're sort of getting on social media from people is, do you think that'll be on the mind? Because it's, you know, 24 hours less than... As Glenn goes quiet.
135.
Talking about on the mind. It was definitely on everyone's mind, wasn't it?
Just a mere 122 average at the moment for Jamie, and I talk about getting out the traps quickly.
140.
If truth be told, I was more thinking Mike Warburton because the way he started last night and, you know, the job he did on Jamie.
60.
As you see, he's on 266 there, so it's very sensible. He really should go down to the 19s. And he's not the best at counters, is Mike.
99. Jamie Carr 126.
It does leave a finish, and we'll be looking at the 19s again here, Henry.
Another one of them. Leads him a dart at double six for a
Game
2-0
shot on
lead,
the
and this is a
second leg.
fantastic
Jamie
performance
Kelling.
from Jamie Kelling so far. 12 darter to lead 2-0, an average of 115.62. And that 12
They'd like
darter
Mike
coming
to
off the
throw
back of a
first. Game
14
on.
darter in leg one. And Mike Warburton, averaging a ton, really isn't getting a look in this match.
60.
A sensational start from Jamie Kelling, and this is what he did yesterday. Maybe not to this quality and to this degree, but he did win his opening 2 games.
140.
And when I was doing my appraisals on all these 5s, I really concentrated on Jamie being his strength, being his doubles. And when I heard the interview with you yesterday, that he felt like his
47.
scoring's up there with the best. He's proven that to me the past 24 hours.
$140.
The treble's a magnet, Glenn.
You've seen Jamie play a lot more than me. This must be probably the best, is it? That
I've
you've
not seen him play better than this, no.
100.
Stratospheric average. And it just continues.
100.
Like walking into a brick wall for Mike.
Are we entering Jason Askew record average territory? Because he's averaging 118.46 this present moment in time. This 1-2-1 is for 3-0 and a double breaker throw. Doesn't have to go for it this time around. And so he's going to square it
89.
up. Leave himself on 32 after 12. This has been a fantastic performance so far.
Very sensible. That tells me that he's thinking very clearly. In what is a pressure situation going on first, because they both know the
100.
importance of it.
Jamie O'Carr 32.
For 13 darter, double break, 3-0 lead. Jamie Kelling was double 16.
Game
And it was
shot on
never
the
in
third
doubt, was
leg.
it?
Jamie Kelling.
2 14 darters sandwiched either side by a 12, leading 3-0, averaging 112.72. He is playing like a
4 point
dream so
Jamie to throw
far.
first.
And
Game
the
on.
record average in this venue is 115.62. If he can get himself something sub 15,
60.
that is very much under threat. However, he's going to need a couple more big scores if he's going to do that in this particular leg anyway.
Yes, during the week we got a little bit excited when Andreas Harrysson was very similar averages, 118 to 120
100.
going into the 4th leg. You know, just when you think about just trying to keep that, but he's still in that bed. This is impressive stuff. That's his 3rd max.
180.
This is insane. One thing I've
60.
learned, trying to pundit and trying to analyse and give results out, but this is unbelievable.
It's like watching an action replay.
180.
It's incredulous. The average is 117.73. He's on for an 11 dart leg. He's very much on for the venue record
45.
average. He's going to
Jamie
dip
O'Carr,
below
81.
the all-time record average. So Jamie Kelling now 81 for the match. Double 10 for what would have
71.
been an incredible victory. And Jamie Kelling knew it. Kelling knew it. And he would have broken the record average in this venue if he pinned that double.
Me and Henry have sat here all week,
Jamie O'Carr,
and the most
10.
common double that's been hit this week has been double 5. Is he going to go straight for it? That's a lovely marker. And the right
6.
smart, because he knows he was in the realms of averages you can only dream of. But right now, what I would recommend and what I would say to them is just concentrate now on pinging this double 2. He stands
85.
back. He looks very
Jamie Par
concentrated.
4.
You know, stares at that double 2.
Game shot and the
Comprehensive,
match, Jamie
clinical, impressive. What a start from Jamie Kelling. 107.36, a 4-0 victory. Job done, sir.
Well, that's a way to start, isn't it? Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth. I think we've just about got our breath back. What a ridiculous start from Jamie Kelling to begin our night here in Portsmouth. 107.36 the average. Could have been higher if he hadn't missed a couple of match darts in that fourth leg, but it doesn't matter to him. He played some outstanding darts there. 4 180s to kick his night off, and just like last night, he got underway with a victory. 4-0 the lead against Mike Warburton. 4-0 the victory, and it means that he gets a very crucial 2 points, and it takes him on to 6 points with a +1 leg difference as well, and he moves up into second place, of course, having played a game more than the rest of the field, except, of course, for Mike Warburton, who he just played. 2 players that are getting their nights underway next are Dennant and Andreas Harrysson. This is, of course, the second last match of the night last night, and it was a win for Matty Dennant by 4 legs to 2. Checkouts like this 106 that you're seeing right now helped him get to a 2-0 lead before he eventually got the job done with his 41 checkout in order to get a very crucial 2 points that saw him move on to 6 points. Andreas Harrysson will need to win this one. In fact, he's lost 4 out of his last 5 here at the Super Series in order to get into the mix for qualification. Matty Dennant, though, with a win, would probably pull a bit too far, potentially, for the rest of the field to look to. So, who's going to take the victory? Would it be Harrysson, or would it be Dennant? Here we go with Henry and Glenn.
Yes, when Jamie Kelling walked past these guys, follow that, I bet he said. What a statement of intent that was from Jamie Kelling. One of the most outstanding games I've seen in my short tenure with a microphone in my mouth. This was a quality affair last night with Matty Dennant, who is a real top-notch player. Absolutely loves being at the MODUS Super Series. So experienced. Up against Andreas Harrysson, and I've been sat here all week. Didn't know an awful lot about him, apart from the fact he beat me in the Swedish Open once in a semi-final, which he kind of reminded me this week. But he's got better and better. But yesterday was a C- game for him, especially after both myself and Henry tipped him at 5-1 to get through the group yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds to that. And he'll want to get off the bottom of the pile straight away.
Well, there wasn't really a game yesterday involving Matt Dennant that wasn't quality, so to speak. And he's the man that is at the top of the table overnight. He's the man they're all trying to chase down. Then you sense another 2-2 evening. He should be as good as fruit.
Yeah, we bigged up this group, Henry, didn't we?
100.
And they've absolutely delivered both yesterday and already today. I'm still in awe of that last game from Jamie.
85.
He's just a bundle of energy, isn't he? He's you don't feel like anything really gets him down. He's always looking forward and not looking back. And Andreas, we said, what a poker player this guy. Doesn't give much emotion away, though we have seen the occasional fist pump.
180.
The super standard of the Super Series continues, and maybe one of the most special nights in this competition's history may be beginning to brim up to the surface.
I think we're going to get some lozenges for Paul Hinks if he's going to keep having to shout at that 180.
80.
This is unbelievable darts.
Do you realise the worst leg of the night so far is a 16?
That's unbelievable. Great stat.
58. Mario Kart 16. Game shot on the first
And it's
leg.
still the worst leg
Dennant.
of the night so far, because Matt Dennen gets the job done in 14. He leads Andreas Harrysson by a leg to 0 here.
Yeah, we're being spoilt. Hopefully you're
Second
enjoying
leg,
it.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
How can you not enjoy it, Glenn?
Hopefully you caught up some of the games this afternoon. Richie Parker and Lisa Ashton
100.
will be in the final tomorrow night. I know both of them were absolutely delighted as they left the venue earlier. But I think both myself and Henry looked at this
100.
group tonight, and I think Connor, Lisa and Richie are going to have their hands full with the 3 that get through from here. So please come and join us on Saturday night. You will make it even better for these guys, and you will see darts like this.
We've played 6 legs tonight. We've seen 6 maximums. I could just continue to reel off the stats. It's just been incredible, the standard we've seen so far.
It's great to see Andreas back to where
100.
we fully expected him to be yesterday. A lovely guy from the outback in Sweden.
140.
He's got
Andreas
people
Gilfar,
around him now playing
121.
darts. He has a group where they play twice a week. So treble 20 here. And three of the guys at the
46.
World Masters
Mario
in
Kart
the WDF system.
161.
So he said he's very, very proud of that. But he's still the flag bearer.
59. Andreas,
So 75 to level things up at 1 apiece. The man who has to make waves early on in the evening because of his precarious position in the group. He's got 1 dart at tots. He only needs 1 dart at tots, and it's another leg within the regulation 15.
And don't forget our tungsten teaser tonight. Henry will let you know what the question is.
Third leg, Matt to throw first.
We'll
Game
give it
on.
another hour. It's a tough one. All I'll say is I only got 4 out of 6. I think I could have guessed the 5th. So it's over to you.
180.
This is incredible. We do have another tungsten teaser for you as well. We're going to do that in game 4.
100.
Now, we get a bit excited here because after 3, Dennen with a max. And this is the sort of night where excellence is brimming.
140.
The averages, Glenn, I'm going to put it up again. I think we should just keep them there. Just keep them standard there.
140.
Andreas Harryson's averaging 98. He's feeding off of scraps.
There's a lot of statos out there who love the fact that that's going to remain there, just to see the difference when you score 45. 117 average. Never mind mine, Ed. It's Portsmouth's the place to be.
100.
For 10.
36.
2 18s.
Game
Absolutely
shot on the third leg.
phenomenal
Matt Dennant.
for Matt Dennant. This really is coming up to the boil, coming up to the surface and then some. The man who put in the performances of yesterday is even trying to gazump Jamie Kelling. He leads Andreas Harrysson by 2 legs to 1, and it feels like a broken record when we say, once again, the record average is 118.44.
I just sensed something in there tonight,
59.
Henry. All 5 of them were happy, joyous, welcomed us as we went through into the commentary box. There was no stress, worry, concern for many of them. And I said in my interview there that I felt just something really special could happen tonight. I didn't expect the mammoth averages of 107 from Jamie, and you know Matty's well over the 110 mark here. 114 average. This is just sit back and enjoy, guys. So on 302, you might be wondering why you didn't go up a treble 20 there, but
86.
if you can leave, you can hit a single 18 to complement the treble, and then a treble 20, it does leave you on that big fish.
58. 100.
Noah Tunley's on 116 after 12. May need to take this out if we're going to keep the sub-15 statistic alive.
60.
We've talked an awful lot about Matty Dennen, but I'll tell you what, if this 116's pinged, is that in the treble there?
42.
No, it wasn't.
Go for it.
136. Andreas, you require 74.
74's gone from being a nice finish to a must-hit finish. That's unlucky, but a fat 20. And that's not such a bad dart for him because he just sits above
34.
it.
Matt, you require 48.
But that's the difference tonight. He's probably not going to get another chance the way that Matty's been playing here.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Matt Dennant.
That's the worst leg of the night.
And every time he hits that double 16, it brings back memories to me because he had 3 darts to end my PDC career before it even started.
5th leg, Matt to throw first. Game on.
107.66 average at the moment. 3-1 up. He was top of the table coming into this.
135.
He will know exactly what he wanted to do. And coming out the traps very quickly. It's a job he's doing very, very well.
85.
Just my observation there. It's just
100.
It's just very nice, just very smooth. Just like he doesn't have a care in the world, and the only thing he's thinking of is his next 3 darts, and it's a great trait, a great attribute to have.
140.
You might see the 19s come into play here on 266. That's such a good marker as well. So he's got, I think Things to play with there.
134.
To leave the champagne 1-3-2.
And you know what? It'd be the appropriate way to finish off quite the performance for Matt Dennant. And he may have to take it out because Andreas Harryson's going to put it under pressure on the 155. So 1-3-2 for Matt Dennant to finish it off in style. But he's not going to get a go at the bullseye
64.
on this occasion. So Harrysson returns for 155 to bring it back to 3-2, with Dennant staring down 68 for the match.
99.
It's good darts for Andreas. Or is it enough? 68 for a wonderful start to the night for Matty Dennant. 16, he's already hit this once already.
36.
Just wide of the mark there.
56.
Chance for Andreas.
And you sense this is going to have to go tops. It does go.
Flag. Andreas
Breaks
Harrysson.
back. We head back to throw. And Matt Dennant has missed the opportunity to see the match
Andreas
out.
To throw first. Game on.
That's a great statistic that's just been put up there. We're talking so much about the 180s, the 140s. A phenomenal amount already in this game after only 5 legs. But the deciding factor in the end could be that checkout percentage. Exactly what Jamie Kelling said at the beginning of yesterday. There's nothing to split
34.
these guys. They've all got massive 180s in them. They can all score for fun. It could just come down to that outer ring.
60.
Just a captivating match. And there's just no let up from Matty Dennant right now.
100.
A lovely dart there for Andreas. He might just sit that one just under the second dart there. But he snatched the darts away from Matty here.
96.
It just feels like all we've done is talk about Matty in this game, but Andreas can get this leg. He'd have the darts in the last one. He would become favourite.
55.
May start down on the 19s here. Indeed he does on 2-7-1.
57.
So advantage Harrysson then with the darts to send us all the way to a deciding leg. Very much advantage Andreas now.
140.
Yes, the theme is very clear for tonight. In Group B, score big. Finish hard.
140. Andreas will require 86.
So he'll be looking at treble 18 here because there's various permutations from this. And he will stay there. He's going to treble this, and that will leave double 7. Straight
72.
for it. Just on the angle.
74.
Chance for Matty Dennant.
To finish off an immaculate performance.
66.
But that's more
Andreas
mismatched
require
darts
14.
for Matt Dennen. And so Harrysson returns then for the double 7 to take us the distance.
Game shot on the 6 leg.
Just look where that landed there. That'll be even more frustrating. Salt in the wounds for Matty Dennant. Right in the corner there, but not a flicker of emotion from Andreas. But it's Matty's darts.
7 and final leg. Matt to throw first. Game on.
My bad. I thought it was Andreas in the last leg.
45.
But 45 is not the way he wanted to start.
And for all the talk of Matt Dennant's
140.
brilliance, Andreas Harrisson's the one who's got off the better in this deciding leg. And if you actually look at the back of his shirt, there's a phase. Do I feel lucky?
54.
You don't need luck when you've got the sort of skill that this silky smooth Swedish slinger possesses.
You need to get some more S's in that.
$59.
Dare I say, the first time it's gone a little bit quiet in this game. But at 3-3, all of a sudden that treble 20. I feel like gold dust.
100.
Especially when you ping it with the last dart. Just feels extra special. And already 140 behind now is Matty. He will be thinking, how on
59.
earth have have I got myself in this position? And in a group of only 5 players, you don't have all the time in the world.
And this is a big victory in the context of the
59.
group. Let's make no bones about it, because Andreas Harrysson would move on to 4 points, join Lee Evans and Mike Warburton there. It would keep Dennant on 6, and it just keeps everyone
93.
tightly bunched up.
Andreas Harrysson 142.
Hopefully Matty doesn't panic, as Richie Parkin this afternoon was a clear top of the table in his first couple of
110.
games. He lost, but Andreas has set up 32. It's hope over expectation for Matthew Dennant now.
Andreas Harrysson 32.
Because the silky smooth Swede wants 32 for the match. A
Game
match you
shot in
never
the match.
felt he was going to
Andreas
win for a big
Harrysson.
part of that. He was second best for a long, long time. Is at the moment Andreas Harrysson says, hello guys, I'm in this group and I'm here for Saturday night. Next up we have the return of the brilliant Jimmy Kelling against Lee Evans.
Well, there's something in the water tonight, isn't there? Welcome back here to the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and Jeepers Creepers, this is going absolutely brilliantly. Another fabulous game, two brilliant games that we've watched for very different reasons. The first game was an unbelievable averages performance. The second game was fantastic drama from start to finish. Matty Dennant starting out brilliantly, looking 3-1 ahead. He had two match darts in legs, one in leg 5, one in leg 6, didn't get the job done, and then Andreas Harrysson swooping in the final leg to win that match. He goes 4-3 and a massive, massive win for Dirty Harry, for the Swede, because it means that he now moves on to 4 points, and he is still very much in the race for qualification here on finals nights, for finals nights. It must be said, remember, top 3 in this group will go through. Mike Warburton now at the bottom of the table, Lee Evans in 4th, Andreas Harrysson in 3rd. But Lee Evans does have a game in hand, and that game does come against Jamie Kelling, which is our next match. Now, Lee Evans in this game yesterday won by 4 legs to 2. This 1-1-7 finish helping him towards victory yesterday in that matchup to move him on to 4 points. But he's coming up against an inspired Jamie Kelling, who had an average of over 107. Could have been more if he hadn't missed a couple of darts at a double in that 4th leg. But that 1-2-6 helping him take out the victory against Mike Warburton. So will Kelling keep this going, or will Evans pick up where he left off last night? It's time to find out. Let's rejoin our comms team.
Thank you very much, Jarlath. And I actually feel quite sorry for Lee Evans, because the fantastic standard we've seen this evening, he's actually got to keep up with the pace, and he might have to keep up with Kelling's pace, because if he plays like he did in the first match, then he's got some task on his hand. 107.36 average for the 33-year-old from Andover in his first game of the evening. It was a 4-0 success against Mike Warburton. As for Lee Evans, it was a 2-from-2 night on the opening evening's action in Group B. The man who made Champions Week last time out is looking to return there. First jobs first, getting through to Saturday night.
Yeah, it was a special performance from Jamie Kelling. Can he follow it up? So it's the big question now, because I think one thing I've learned about the MODUS Super Series is nothing ever goes to as planned. I've seen bottom beat top.
First leg
I've seen
is Jamie
people average
to
107 and next game average in the 70s.
Game on.
I think it might be just a word of one, just win the game, Jamie, because Lee Evans is an established player, a guy who's reached a Pro Tour quarter-final this week. Beating me in the first round with a 79 average. My second highest of the year, before you do any jokes there, Henry.
140.
They're in the catalogue somewhere.
100.
I wonder if I play on that stage anytime next year.
Well, I just think there's a little something going on here. No, everything seems to be okay. Let's have a little chat then with Glenn here in the commentary box, unless Lee's going to approach Jockey. Yes, he does.
They were having words before, whether they don't feel the board straight or there's a problem with the lighting or something. I'm not really sure what
100.
it is. But I did see them grabbing a chat with the referee. All seems to be in an order right now.
Bizarre.
Yeah,
100.
We've talked so much this week, and I do apologise if I do repeat myself, but if there is new listeners, the stage in there is magnificent, and that's why I can't wait for tomorrow night. I hope we get a crowd in. Tickets are free.
97.
Henry will give you all the details, what you need to do, and please come down, because the players have qualified. They're excited. They're looking forward to it.
85.
The cherry on the cake
Leo Car
is just to have a crowd there
164.
to support the night on.
Just been
42.
reliably informed. That little moment there was just to double check a
Samuel Carr,
score somewhere along the
150.
line. So that was what that little foray was. So Kelling 150, first to a finish. Evans on 122.
96.
And he's
Leo
now
Car
going to get a poke and a break
122.
of throw.
$54.
I
Jamie
was struggling
Car
to see that
54.
second dart there, but for Jamie, he was pretty clinical. That's not the end of the world, double six. But clearly he went for the big 14 there. Sometimes when that happens,
Game
it works
show
out
the
very
first
nicely.
leg. Jamie
Sometimes when
Kelling.
that happens, it might just be your night. And that's the way Jamie's got to think about it.
And how does the psychology of this second game for Jamie kick in? Because what
Second
he
leg
doesn't
leader
want
through
to happen
first.
is
Game on.
this be a case of after the Lord Mayor's show.
I was actually thinking that myself, and the reason why I was thinking about it, the last time I watched Jamie Kelling
98.
play, he was absolutely superb for a full day. He was top second going into the next day, and then lost 4 on the spin and missed out. So I'm
93.
just wondering if them kind of things were in his mind, you know, does he self-reflect? Does he look back and try and put the wrongs right, etc.? And if he has, produced that
96.
massive average in that first game, is he concerned that he's not going to do it the second one? Whereas someone like Matty Dennant wouldn't care. I don't think he even realises what averages he hits sometimes. He just wants to
100.
bring the next game on and get to the winning line, and that's what I would recommend to Jamie.
$100.
It's a bullet of a throw, isn't it, Lee Evans? When that goes, there's just no, as you can see, the way Jamie throws it out, he brings that angle of that flight on the point of release as if he's thrown it to the ceiling. Whereas Lee Evans just pretty much goes straight to the target. So it's 205. He was trying to think, can he get down to a finish?
21.
But a treble is required. Just look at the angle of the way he goes. Look at the way it goes underneath his chin. As if it's going to come from the ceiling all the way down. And that's why he uses them really long points. And if anyone's been watching today, it's very, very reminiscent of a Richie Parkin throw.
It's a bit like a Lionel Richie track. Oh, what a feeling when you're darting from the ceiling.
Henry drops Mike.
59. Jamie O'Carr, 74.
So 74, it's treble 14. He hit this. He's look for the 18, so it's 16. This big dart already. He'll feel good if this goes in.
44. Leo Carr, 127.
Treble 19 for the bullseye.
55.
Not to be this time, and so
Jamie
Kelling
O'Carr,
returns for
50.
the double 15 for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the
And
second
comfortably
leg. Jamie
enough
Kelling.
for the man they call JK. He's doing okay tonight. He's playing well. He leads 2-0. He's making a charge.
Part of me was thinking, is he going to consider
They'd like Jamie to throw
maybe
first.
hit the
Game
14
on.
double 8? It's not a dart. Double 15. That's a lovely camera angle, that one. I think that's my favourite of the week, that one.
45.
If you just watch the way, if that camera angle does stay there, you can actually see what the actual dart player can see. I haven't got the luxury of having it right now, but it's a lovely camera angle. There's been
90.
some fantastic side shots of the players this week. Some great camera work going on.
46.
Have they given you that tenner yet, Glenn?
What's he said? Morning.
96.
Look at that angle. Just look at the flight. It's as if he's going to ping it all the way up to the ceiling to come
48.
down. I don't like his reaction at the moment because he's playing fantastically well. He wants to get back in that zone, back in that bubble, because he's playing brilliant. And what he doesn't want to show now is show
100.
his opponent, and he's getting frustrated. That's not the type of person and the type of player he is. Just wants to focus on the job.
100.
Continue to throw immaculate darts like that.
Well, it's been his first off leg of the night, and so it presents Evans with an opportunity here to break throw and to
93.
bring the game back on throw in this third. He leaves himself on 1-2-2 after 12. Kelling just looking to apply pressure. Had to move across to the 18s there, being
56.
on 2-6-2. Smart play there, smart
122.
thinking, but Evans will have 6 on this particular position to bring the game back to 2-1 to obtain the break back which he lost in the previous leg.
That's a sign of a quality player, what Lee's just done there.
50.
1-2-2 obviously is 18s, but he's playing the percentages. Okay, it didn't work on that occasion. Especially if I had a feeling they were going to see a
85. Leo Carr,
174 at one point.
72.
But Lee, 72. A lot of the players are using the 16s here right now. He continues that trend. Another one of them leaves tops to get back into this game. And I think he's just hit the same spot.
Jamie O'Carr, 121.
Jamie Kelling hit to leave that dreaded double 15.
Jill 17. The ball for 3-0. Steps back to recompose.
96.
Clips
Lee
the wire
O'Carr, 30.
and goes the other side. And so Evans returns for the double 15, which is ironically the double JK got in the previous leg to break.
Game shot on the
Dart
third
Shavu.
leg. Lee Evans.
Have the change shirts.
I hope not. It's not something I'd like to see.
Fourth leg leader through first.
Two fit
Game
lads
on.
there. Yeah, a challenge to a finalist twice this year was Lee. Losing once to Jacques Labra, who's been a big player in our Super Series
60.
this week. I think we've all got to know the Frenchman. He'll be back here, that's for sure. And the other one, Scott Williams.
96.
Did Scott win his game in Minehead today? I thought you'd have known that stat up.
I do have to
140.
I do have to have a bit of a life sometimes, Glenn.
I hope there's no reaction here from
81.
Jamie, because he's still in this game. He's only a big score, one big score away. He's 2-1 up. Focus on them positives. Lee's beginning to really bullet that
100.
Darren.
He did beat Alan Suter 6-4.
Suit's been playing amazing as well. And here's the max.
135.
He had a 4 in the previous game. He's looking for his first in this one. So Lee will be thinking 201 for the leg. For parity.
97.
That's a lovely last dart. But the 189, various options here. But he's still pounding that treble 20. That leaves 69.
135.
Very sensible. He's playing the board well. But there's just something about the way Lee's playing right now. So treble 15. He's looking good.
Game
He's
shot on the
finishing
fourth
good.
leg. Lee Evans.
That's a real setback there for Jamie Kelling after that wonderful setup. Lee Evans, we're just beginning to see him. Every player tonight.
Fifth leg,
playing out
Jamie
the
to throw
skin.
first. Game on. $125.
You know, we might have seen and been spoke with averages close to 120 tonight, but there's just something about a game like this. Nip and tuck. 2-2, nothing to separate them.
96.
It's probably going to go all the way down to the final double. See what players are made of.
Sport is at its best when you don't know the outcome.
100.
When you're sat at the edge of your seat with the hairs on your skin standing up on end, the nervous system's
58.
going 10 to a dozen. You get that feeling tonight.
125.
And if anyone was watching Lee last night, don't be too disturbed. Just got maybe not 100% with his thrown arm right now.
30.
But he's
Jamie
absolutely
O'Carr,
said it's not a problem.
151.
No excuses. With 151 and you're player on 317. Nice straight darts.
55.
Just one treble would have been lovely there, but you get greedy. You look at that treble. And it just slides into 5. And that 96 is certainly not a gimme. And you just do feel that Lee needs to fill this up, really, if he's going to have any chance in this leg. And he's doing a good job of it.
108. Jamie O'Carr, 96.
First max of the match. It applies pressure on this 96 for Kelling. I'm going to get a dart at this juncture. He may not get a dart
56.
altogether.
Lee O'Carr,
Lee Evans can
137.
pull off a blockbuster 137 to break the throw. Not going to do so on this occasion, so JK is going to return 4 tops for
97.
a 3-2
Jim
lead. It'll
Milcar,
put him
40.
within a leg of securing his 2nd straight victory this evening.
Yeah, the double 10's been very kind to the players. Certainly this afternoon. Is it going to be the same for tonight's game? It's a good marker.
Game
What
shot
a
on the
feeling,
fifth flag.
what a
Jamie
dart,
Kelling.
what a reaction. 3-2, Jamie Kelling. Did I expect him to be the guy who was going to come through the pack?
6 flag lead to
Go
throw
top of the
first.
table.
Game on.
I'd be lying if I say yes. Smashing lad.
If you were backing
135.
Jamie Kelling to win the group, at the start of it, he was 8-1.
140.
Which just feels absolutely crazy. I mean, before play got underway this evening, you could have got Kelling again at 8-1.
100.
Now that may look like an academic.
Love that angle. Just the way, can you see the way it's coming from the ceiling?
134.
All the way down. And yet when you watch Lee's throw here, it's just so much more direct. So he'll go downstairs on the 2-6 as we've discussed. But he might go back up because it would leave the 1-6-7.
42.
Just things seem to be going against him right now. And what I would say to Jamie, just keep them straight either way as you want. And the one with a be a bonus.
85.
Sign of a great play, just to bounce back when you're not at your best.
100. Jamie Milcar, 142.
And for a fantastic night so far, this 142 would be the cherry on the cake.
60. Leo Carr, 124.
Well, this would be some way to save the match. Lee Evans, 1-2-4 to take us to a decider, along for treble 18, which would leave him a dart at the bullseye to save the match, to take us to a decider.
99.
But it's just
Jamie
underneath.
Milcar, 82.
And so Jamie Kelling, 82 points away from a 2nd victory from 2 this evening. And he really is setting the standard for the rest to follow. He is the torchbearer of Group B so far.
57.
But he could have bet the ball
Leo
to complete
Carr,
a 2nd straight
25.
win.
Will that come back to haunt him, that missed dart for the match? Because you've got to fancy this double 8. Good marker. Just bounce off the barrel.
9. Jamie Milcar,
As you
25.
can see, Jamie sprinting. Composure is needed here. This is a huge 2 darts. And there's you see, exhale a breath equals confidence. Double 8. Similar to Lee's dart.
9.
And there
Leo
the
Carr,
chances you've got to
16.
take. No commentary needed. Just watch Jamie Kelling's response.
Game shot on the
And we
sixth
go
flag.
the
Lee
distance.
Evans.
We go 3-3 again. And this was kind of the story of yesterday, wasn't it? Where the group was so difficult to prize apart. And Jamie Kelling, who had a dart at the
7th and final
bullseye
leg, Jamie to throw first.
win this
Game
game,
on.
has the darts to win it in the decider. And have a look at this for a start in a clutch leg. He comes up with a clutch start, and you can see the reaction from his face. It comes pouring out as he hits a max to start.
And as Henry's looking at the reaction from Jamie, and I was watching Lee Evans there, and just pure devastation. He's done the hard work there to getting it back to 3-3.
45.
All you want to hear when you're looking away is a singleless visit. And the 180, that hurts.
100.
Well, if you're going to win it, Jamie, you might as well just win it in style.
Disappointed he didn't get the 9 there. He's just having one of those nights, isn't he, at the moment? But he's not over the finishing line just yet.
58.
But he's a heavy, heavy favourite.
2-2-1 after 6 with the darts. It's a very strong position.
100.
And that's a really nice last dart. He kind of used the first 2 in that visit to provide a route to the treble with the last. And it leaves him on 1-2-1 after 9. Evans, no matter what happens, can't leave a finish. So all he can do is try and provide some
Jamie
kind of pressure and
121.
hope for a Jamie Kelling mistake.
I think Jamie Kelling was probably thinking, I've won this game. Now, the last thing he wanted to hear was the 180, but he mustn't panic. I like the bullseye in the last dart there, but I would, I guess. But after hitting a 180, he was out of this leg. He was out of this match. Love that reaction. It means something. Follow it with another treble, Lee.
125, Jamie O'Connor 62.
He allowed out a bit of emotion, but then recomposed. But it could be the last darts that Lee Evans throws, because Jamie Kelling stares down
Game
the
shot
double
of the match,
16
Jamie
for the
Kelling.
match, and Jamie Kelling makes it 2 wins on 2 on Friday so far. He put in the performance of the night so far to get the better of Mike Warburton in his first game 4-0. He puts in an 87 average to get the better of Lee Evans 4-3, and he could be the man to catch tonight. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Andreas Harrysson in action. He takes on Warby.
Very warm welcome back then here to the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and a very topsy-turvy game. Once again, it was another 7-leg shootout, but it was the win for Jamie Kelling. He came through after winning 4-0 in his first game. He then goes and beats Lee Evans 4 legs to 3. 3 180s in that one. It was a bit of a topsy-turvy game, as we say. Kelling managed to get the win, and he moves to the top of the table. Matty Dennant there on 6 points in second. And look at that. Andreas Harrysson, Lee Evans and Mike Warburton all on 4 points. So the race, it looks like it could be to qualify for that 3rd place. And we'll now move on to match number 4. It is Andreas Harrysson taking on Mike Warburton, 3rd against 5th right now. Andreas Harrysson has already been in the winners' enclosure tonight. He managed to beat Matty Dennant in his first game, taking out this 32 to come back from 3-1 down to make it a 4-3 victory. And last night, he also got the better of Mike Warburton, including a few double tens. In fact, he was actually 4 for 4 at one stage on double tens. But he took out this checkout here to win himself that matchup and get himself a 4-0 win over Mike Warburton. And they've actually been playing each other since Group A, Monday to Wednesday as well. And the series this week is tied up at 2 apiece. What will they give for a win in this one? The winner will probably stay in the qualification race. The loser will have it all to do. Another pivotal match on a Friday night. That's why we need a dynamic duo in the com box.
Thank you, Charlotte. Exactly right. Mike Warburton, the first 2 days, was leading 2-0 against Andreas, but Andreas then won his game on Wednesday for 2-1. And last night, surprisingly, beat Mike Warburton 4-0. And just talking to Henry off air there, everyone seemed to play well against Warby last night. And that trend has continued today, because that opening salvo by Jamie Kelling in the first game will still be ringing in his ears, but he's playing well. He's not the type of player that worries too much about things, and he'll just be focused on this game. But you have to feel he has to win this game. It's a must-win, really, for both players here.
Jamie Kelling, by virtue of that victory, is now just 1 win away from qualification to tomorrow night's final. But these two still firmly in the race.
First leg,
Mike
Andreas
Warburton on 4 points, Andreas Harrysson on 4
Game
points.
on.
Harrysson currently in 3rd place, the final position to qualify through Group B by virtue of a legs difference of 0. Mike Warburton bottom of the pile on -4 because of the 4-0 defeat against Jamie Kelling in Game 1 of the evening session.
95.
And we both said before going on air tonight, Glenn, that we just sensed that there was going to be something about Andreas this evening. He wasn't going to play like he did yesterday. And you sense if he can play some of the rip-roaring stuff that he has done this week, then he could conjure up a place in tomorrow night's final.
140.
I thought on cue he was going to bang in a maximum there, but poor Mike. Everybody who steps on that stage against him just suddenly bring their A game. But Mike can respond.
140.
2 players I don't think they'll be pinging data on the board. They usually stay upstairs. Very rarely do they go to the 19s and 18s.
180.
Both massive scorers, but both quite interesting enough. Just like to sit just underneath the treble 20 bed. This is great to watch. We are being spoiled with magnificent darts tonight.
86.
This is for an 11 darter with the throw. And guess what's happening, Glenn? Somebody plays well against Mike Warburton.
That's going to be the headlines of the conclusion this week. I know it's very early days, but
Second leg, Mike to throw first. Game on.
That's what a good start to the match can do for you. When you're in the moment. I wonder if Mike realises that everybody is bringing their A game against him. Is it because he's such a quality player?
60.
Everyone knows his pedigree, former World Masters semi-finalist, which nicely cues me on to tonight's Tungsten teaser. Oh yes, it's the moment you've been waiting for.
The hordes of people are set by social media ready.
Mike Warburton made his debut at the WDF Lakeside World Championship in April. He played 2 matches. Can you name his 2 opponents?
Yes.
At MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And what we'll do is we'll wait till Warby's in action in his next game, and we'll reveal the answers.
100. $60.
Right, back to the darts. Mike Warburton 3-4-3. Interesting fact. No matter what you do, you cannot leave a finish from 3-4-3.
60.
Both of them are just not finding the treble there, but they're not far away. Let's have a little look at Andreas here. Now, believe it or not, that's the perfect dart for him, because what he does then, he just sits the two on top. But for many dart players, the majority of dart players, they prefer just to go above. And another interesting, boring fact, Mike is exactly the same. He also just likes to sit underneath that treble 20, and he just pings it over.
60.
Interesting, boring stat.
Interesting, boring. Steve Davis, Glenn Durrant, /.com.
65.
Turned out to be a DJ in the end. Doesn't got any discs he can, you know.
Wiki wiki wah wah. Whatever song I would play, you would get it wrong anyway, Henry, in the quiz.
177.
Wonderful dart on Mike Warburton, because Andreas was just beginning to run away a little bit. But this 116, treble 20. So Warby will come back on 46.
Mike O'Carr 46.
And it's already a must hit. He stuck to the principle of that double 16.
Game shot on the
nails the
second
double
leg.
16. And the reason I say that is a lot of players can go for the 10 or the 6 and play safe. So once again, that's a good sign that Warby, despite everybody playing so well against him,
Third
is
leg,
in a good
Andreas,
place
the third
himself.
first. Game on.
It's very tough to play someone like Andreas because he's difficult to get under. You know,
55.
sometimes you can get under someone's skin by, you know, just a bit of gamesmanship, anything. You know, with this guy, he'll just brush anything off. He just goes back to the... It reminds me a little bit like Andrew Gilden. That nothing changes him. I think he stands in the same spot behind you when he plays.
180.
This is wonderful stuff. And like I said, that's a good dart for... And you see, we just pings him over there. Just an extra release.
45.
But he gives me a brimful of Asher on the 45.
And Warburton will be fed up of us waxing lyrical about the way the opponents that he's faced has played against him. You want to put out a statement of his own.
Yeah, if he's going to get there Saturday night, Henry, yeah, he's going to do it the hard way, that's for sure.
100.
180, 140 to start the leg against the darts. Forcing the issue of Harrysson, who cannot keep track, so the ball very much here in his own court.
I think he's asking if that's 40 because where he stood there, you're hoping the MC will say it's 80.
100.
But what a final dart that is. I can't tell you how good that dart was. It's fantastic.
$135.
It's a great score, but it doesn't leave a finish. So it's 6 darts, 81. And I think he just had a little look over. So I don't think he'd be going for the 12 bull here. He should be going for the treble 10, which is a beautiful dart for his favourite double 16.
49.
Just a little lucky, but he knows that Andreas is way back on a non-finish. All Andreas can do is set this up. And he's not really punishing that.
100. Mike O'Carr 32.
Over 13 dart breaker throw, double 16 for Warburton. Edging ever closer and edging its way
Mike
in.
Warburton.
2-1 Warby leads, that's the breaker throw. And now has the darts here as he just trudges his way back to the hockey with a real poise and purpose.
Both like Mike to throw first. Game on.
He knows the significance of this match. He's the man at the bottom of the table, but he knows he can propel his way into the top 3 with victory in this one.
And there's nothing in this group. Just The wins feel
100.
like, well, they're just gold dust, aren't they? There's absolutely nothing to separate all these 5 players. 5 absolutely terrific players, and more importantly, they're bringing the best of what they've got. And the 3 that get through tonight will surely deserve it. It's going to be a really exciting conclusion tonight, so stay with us, guys. Thank you for the messages on Twitter. I'll give them a mention. Some nice photos as well of people watching.
100.
I saw one comment earlier of someone watching us in a hot tub.
60.
That was some sight for sore eyes.
That's no way to speak about my wife.
60.
But again, this game's just got a little bit quiet, so when that happens, big opportunity. And just look at them, just millimetres.
100.
You'll take a ton. But Mike's just beginning to take real control of this game. He'd love to follow that ton.
60.
Only 60. That gives Dirty Harrysson a real chance to lay a marker in this leg.
135.
That's exactly what he does. 6 darts, you think, for Mike? Like I said, I'd like to see people use the bull here.
140.
When you're as proficient on the treble 20 like he is.
121.
But it's still only a 2-dart combination for him. So 1-2-1. Treble 17. Big, big moment. Bull.
96. Mario Kart 41.
Doesn't go, so Warburton will return for the 41 to open up a 3-1 lead. And it's not just victory that may be important for Mike Warburton, it may be by a cushion as well, with the worst legs difference in this group. But it is 3-1 in this one with an average of 92.61, 3 out of 6 on the doubles, 50% ratio, and that 17 darter there for the former World Masters semi-finalist
Andreas
puts him
first. Game on
the brink of a huge 2 points.
Just when you think the game is over, Andreas is just that type of player to put a spanner in the works. Fine 180. Mike hasn't been so massive on 180s this week. He's just so consistent around that ton and ton 40. But what a response that is. Calm down, Glenn. I'm just going to say nice and cool.
180.
Interesting. Go on, Warby. Can you do the same? No. No, no, no. Andreas, the spotlight is all yours.
60. Andreas Harrysson 141.
We've bigged him up. He's come a long way. And he's going to give me a 9. No, he's not.
105.
Absolutely fantastic darts, Andreas, to leave 36 for a 10-dart leg.
Saw Matt Dennant do this earlier on this evening.
It's just been a fabulous night of quality darts.
60. Andreas Harrysson 36.
Double 18. There's not a lot of pressure on it, clearly, because Mike's on 2-0-1. But what I would say, he now leaves 18, and you're just getting in the realms. It's a horrible double. So Mike will be thinking he's got a chance. Just love the way he just
100.
Lobs that
Andreas
dart over. It's
18.
no bad luck, but 18. Do you go straight for it? It looks like he is. That could have been double 14. 2 decent markers.
Game shot on the 5th
What
leg.
a
Andreas
dart that is.
Harrysson.
What a contest this is. Both averaging in the 90s. A lot of respect out. A lot of respect there with both players. The They're just taking that opportunity to make sure they keep themselves hydrated.
Six-leg Mike to throw first. Game on.
Just have a look at the way that Mike holds his dart. I don't do an awful lot with grip with people, but just how he caresses that dart. People ask me, do you grip hard? Do you
96.
grip soft with your dart? It's like he's holding a pen. Just caresses that way. This is a bit more standard with Andreas, but as you can see, it works wonders for him.
180.
Surely, sorry Henry, surely you're watching this and you're enjoying this, guys.
His last 3 scoring visits have all been maximums.
100.
Quality stats, sir. I'm blaming Henry.
41.
It's the common thing around here, Glenn, don't worry.
Now, 305 is not, like I said, counting's not his greatest thing, but treble 18 would have been a good shout at that point. But also
60.
at the same time, when there's nothing in the leg of dart, maybe treble 20 wasn't such a bad thing. Just sits on top of that dart there.
140.
Yeah, the majority of dart players, as I've said, they just prefer that position there. But just look at that throw. No body movement.
60.
That arm is like
Andreas
a pendulum
Harrysson,
clock.
140.
It's the only thing that's moving. No head movement, no body movement. I think he's got all the tools in the box to be a real top-notch player, does Mike Warburton. A part-time dart player he is right now. And only plays his Super League darts when the team is short.
Talking about pendulums, that could be swinging in this particular match because Harrysson now leaving 95 after 12 to send us all the way to a deciding leg. And Mike
60.
Warburton, who
Andreas Harrysson,
put himself in a
95.
position in this particular leg to throw for the match, could be finding himself pegged back level here if Harrysson can take out this 95. Well, he's gone treble 21st, which leads in one dart to
63.
double 16.
Mike
Now,
125.
that is an interesting way to go.
I'll try and explain in a second what this 125 is for the match. He might just stay there, you know. Treble 17 is possibly the shot. That's a real exhibition shot, and I don't think that is it.
65.
I don't know if that bull was really
Andreas
sitting nicely.
32.
But all you can do is put pressure on that. It's just something about the way he's playing right at the moment, Andreas. Expect this to go. Double 8. We've talked about big moments. And that
24.
is that the end of the campaign for Andreas Harrysson? Because this is a massive 2 points, 4 point swing.
Tots for Warburton, it's nice and low. And that's a nice marker as well.
40.
But it doesn't go until
Andreas
Harrysson
Harrysson,
gets another
8.
opportunity at the double 4 to take us the distance.
Hashtag wow.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Andreas Harrysson.
And that's the most.
So we go all the way to a decider. Let's discuss
and
then
final leg,
the
Andreas to
route
throw
that
first.
Andreas
Game on.
Harrysson went there on the 95 finish.
Both of them very, very rarely go from
43.
away from the treble 20 bed. We all know that for 95, treble 19 are bulls the shot. But these two players are the most prolific players at 20 and not messing about around the board. His mentality probably was, let me just get down to 35 and let's see if I can finish there.
45.
And I mean, there is the option where if he goes single 20, then he can be playing with 75 around the bullseye area with a 25 on bull. So, but that would be
60.
fairly new to me. But anyway, it's 3-3. Both haven't started fine. That'd be music to Mike's ears right now. He needs to just do one of those floaty ones in.
100.
It's like a Kobe Bryant three-pointer, the way he just floats it over the top and into its intended target.
59.
Why does it happen at 3-3? All of a sudden, the treble 20 just goes and shrinks in your eyes, and a 140, 180 now will be priceless.
It's like playing a video game and you get
140.
to the final level, and where it was so easy at the start, it becomes so difficult at the end. But it's the most rewarding element of the game, and it'd be the most rewarding leg of the game if they can find a way of getting over the line. It's advantage Warburton here, who's
85.
wrestled the darts away from Andreas Harryson's grasp. 216, and he's going to get 6 darts from this point, and he is making huge, huge inroads on the Harrysson throw, and maybe huge inroads in this group.
Quality dart. Andreas doesn't show much emotion. It was the smallest fist pump I've ever seen to go to 3-3. I think you'll see a bigger reaction if Mike hits this double 18.
Michael Carr, 36.
So 3-3. Mike was looking a little bit second best for the second part of this match. Huge 2 points.
Game
Huge
shot in
win
the
for
match,
Mike Warburton. And look at that reaction. Does it mean anything to these players Saturday night? Just look at that reaction when that double 18 goes in. He's absolutely delighted, and he's back in the running.
This is the MODUS Super Series. One. 2.
You could be here right in this very building tomorrow night. All you need to go to is www.dartshop.tv, get your free ticket, and we'll see you down here tomorrow for what should be a fantastic night of darts. Connor Heenahan, Richie Parkin and Lisa Ashton are already here for finals night. Hope that you're going to be joining us here tomorrow night as well. As we say, go to dartshop.tv to get your complimentary ticket right now, and we will see you down here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The big question, though, is who will be a part of finals night as well. Still got 3 spaces up for grabs, and Mike Warburton is doing just that. He's trying to claim one of those 3 spots with a 4-3 victory over Andreas Harrysson. In fact, Andreas Harrysson went 5 perfect in leg 5, but in leg 7, a 140 and a 180 from Warburton, plus a double 18. Got him over the line for a 4-3 victory, which sees him climb up the table. He's going to be going into 3rd place. He moves on to 6 points alongside Matty Dennant, and Jamie Kelling is there at the top of the tree as well on 8 points. Both Andreas Harrysson and Lee Evans are now on 4 points, and realistically probably have to win all of their remaining games just to stay in the race for qualification. And it is Lee Evans that we are going to be seeing next up as he takes on Matty Dennant. And both players unfortunately lost their opening games tonight, but Lee Evans managed to a fantastic 1-0 finish in that game against Jamie Kelling, a game of high quality. There's no doubt about that. In fact, actually, the start of our 4-3 run, in fact, the last 3 games have actually been 4-3. But yesterday, this was a 106 checkout, in fact, actually 108 checkout there from Matty Dennant that got him on to the victory train. So, as we say, both players, unfortunately, have lost their opening games, but who will get back on the W train? It's time to find out.
Yes, it's a night of 4-3s already. We looked at each other with a first game of 4-0 and with raised eyebrows because this group is so tight. You expect close games, and it's gone 4-3, 3-4, 4-3 since then, and there's not a lot to separate these two, you would think. But yes, it was a big win for Matty Dennant against Lee. And what he would give for just that again, but you already feel, we might be seeing this a couple of times tonight, you feel like this is a must-win for Lee Evans right now, if he has any aspirations of getting there Saturday night.
Before we talk about the darts, I want to know more about the W train that Jarlif brought up. We need to know more about that.
Choo-choo.
No, it's 0-0, Glenn.
Choo-choo.
First Leggish leader through first. Game on.
I think that's my favourite one from you this week. Choo-choo, no, it's 0-0.
Shall I go home?
I've been ripped apart by my partner in crime here.
100.
And let me say, he hasn't given me a tenner. What an honour it's been to sit with him all week again. You are an ultimate professional, sir, and I don't mind saying that and embarrassing myself. You're doing a brilliant job as always, and thank you for showing me around the comms box. I'm learning so much from you.
The pleasure has been mine, Glenn. It's been good fun the last few days.
Every time I see Matty Dennant, he impresses me even more. But Lee Evans is the one with the CV. When I looked at him, I didn't realise, you know, how good and what he's done. He's played on the Euro Tour. It is a while back, going all the way to the last 16, losing to Ian White, and who hasn't lost to Ian White on a Euro Tour. Last 8 in a Pro Tour this year, 2 fans of the Challenge Tour.
For your car, 132.
If I'm wondering why he's maybe just before this 132 very sensibly playing the percentages, just setting 92. It up. That will leave tops. For me, his arm's not 100%. You might correct me and say the arm is absolutely fine. I just think that's the only difference for Lee
60
right now against the quality and the calibre of players who are here this week. You need to be your 100%
Game
best,
shot
but
on the
that's a
first flag,
magnificent
Lee
start and a
Evans.
13 darter for Lee Evans.
Mentioned a point this year about Lee Evans making a quarter-final on the PDC Pro Tour. I just want to maybe discuss here, obviously, as a tour card holder this year, when the players get the call-up as the reserve qualifiers via the Challenge Tour or other means, especially when they've recently played here, do you feel a real danger because they've had the match practice in this environment and because they've won on this stage, they're not scared of anyone?
Dare I say I was a little bit jealous of the Jim McEwens, the Robert Owens, the Scott Williams, because they were coming, they were fresh, they were dangerous, and a word we haven't used there, they were confident, and they knew how to win. And like I said, for Lisa this week, it's all been money in the bank 96. For her. All these legs of darts that she's been getting ready for Ali Pali, you can't buy that. So yes, they've turned up. Graham Usher's having a really nice time on the Pro Tour. It augurs well for him. And but what has been interesting, not all of them are now just going to do that transition and go to Q Skill. You know, the partnership with the ADC, they're absolutely loving the opportunity with MODUS Super Series, and there's different avenues there for all players right now.
I just had a text from Jarlif. England won't be on it. This is the W train. England won't be on it because they didn't get the W.
99.
We were told not to mention football tonight, Jarlif.
Yes, because I haven't seen the result. I'm going to watch it when I get in.
I think you're better off watching the watching whatever was on BBC Two.
59.
Or you can watch this back on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, because why don't you subscribe? Because on top of the live coverage, you can get highlights of every single session and the game of the day. And I'll tell you what, there's some cracking candidates for that today.
100.
You see some fantastic stuff in this evening session. Matt Dennen then here, 108 to level us back up for another leg inside the regulation 15.
63. Leo Carr, 125.
This is it's a finish we love, but not when really someone's sat on there. But that's a perfect dart, so treble 20. What a dart that is for double top. What a finish that is.
Lee Evans.
Lee Evans has come to the party. He's leading Matty Dennant 2-0. Just a mere 107.36 average for Lee Evans.
Game on.
And is he the guy that's going to come through the pack right now?
It's a group that, because of its quality, is leaving
44.
so many more answers and questions. Or questions and answers.
Just when we thought we can pick the winner, pick the top three.
140.
And Lee Evans puts a performance in like this.
The table at this stage, Jamie Kelling on 8 points. In his next match against Andreas Harrysson, he can
93.
secure his progression. It's been a long week, Glenn. He can secure his progression through to tomorrow night's final. Matt Dennant on 6, Mike Warburton on 6. So he can join Kelling on 8 with a win here. Lee Evans can join Warburton and his opponents on 6. And a 3-3 record with victory.
140.
It's great to see that the Northeast massive. And just watching for Richie Parkin. So just a big shout out to William Simpson. Little lad.
95.
Now we'll get to bed. It's 20 to 12. And to his dad, Dan. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for your input. Keep enjoying this wonderful dart you're watching
92.
right now.
Matt Ricard, 170.
We haven't seen the champagne finish for a little while.
Yeah, wasn't that a story? The big fish from the fish
60.
factory
Leo
worker.
Carr, 132.
Richie Parkin, I think that was the moment of the week. And Richie Parkin, if you're still listening, I've just answered your text message to get to bed. We've got a big day
92.
tomorrow.
Michael Carr, 110.
110 for Dennant. Treble 18. He stayed there because of the marker for double 15.
80. Leo Carr, 40.
Fully expect this to go because Lee Evans, this is his A game. What a marker that is, surely.
Game shot on the third leg.
Lee Evans, where have you been for a day and a half? as this is absolutely magnificent. And 100.20 average right now. Matty Dennant will be thinking,
Fourth
why
leg
me?
Matty through first.
And the last
Game
time I
on.
commentated on Matty Dennant, he was top of the table going into the next night and then didn't qualify.
180.
But he's still fighting, Henry.
Fighting against a barrage because Lee Evans has got those 3 legs done in 45 darts. But Matt Dennen, after hitting a maximum of his first
60.
visit, might be looking for something 6 darts better. We shouldn't get excited after the first 3 darts, should we?
Are we going to see another 4-3 from a 3-0?
Why not?
55.
This is good stuff. If anyone can do it,
140.
it'll be Matty Dennant. God, the table is going to be bunched up, isn't it, if Lee wins this one? And not only because of the win, but if he does win it 4-0, it's, you know, then we'll look at the scenario of legs difference. And the big winner here would be Jamie Kelling.
49.
He has the opportunity to go says because a 139 would leave 167. Real outside chance. Is he going to get that chance?
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Quality
Matt
darts.
Dennant.
Another 13 darter. And another match littered with quality. Both averaging 96. But the telling stat.
5th leg leader through first. Game
Lee
on.
Evans 3, Matty Dennant 1.
And Evans here with the darts to complete victory. And all round, it's a good game. Checkouts there, 3 from 4. 1 from 2 for Matt Dennant. But it's been in the ton plus
57.
bracket, which is where Evans has had his joy, which is kind of why he's got the 2-leg buffer, because 8 compared to 5, even though Dennen has the 2 more 140, has 1 more 140 plus and the 1 more
96.
maximum, the 3 extra ones in the ton plus column basically cancel them out.
85.
I think what it also means is there's just nothing between these players right now. And, you know, maybe Jamie Kelling should be the one sat here because he called it as early as last night when
57.
he said we can all score big. All 5 of these players, the 3 that go through are the 3 who can hit that winning double.
180.
Cracking camera angle. An even better one there of Paul Hinks. He shouted 180 a few times the past 2 nights.
96.
We said, can it be 4-3? But we need that treble low.
59. Leo Carr 152.
A little frustrating. 152 is a finish we like. He'll stay on the treble and he'll stay there. For double 16 for the match.
120. Mario Carr 120.
And it'd be so typical of the way tonight has gone, especially from Dennant's perspective, if he can take out this Shanghai, but he won't.
60.
And so Evans
Leo
returns
Carr
for 32 to really bunch this group up. He would join Dennant and Warburton on 6 points if he can take out this double 16. And now up for double 8 to complete a 4-1 victory over Matt Dennant. A superb game, a superb standard, a pair of 94 averages apiece. And so Lee Evans joins that chasing pack, puts himself in a very good position in the group. 3 players all on 6 points. Jamie Kelling at the top of the table. He can go through if he beats Andreas Harrysson next.
A very warm welcome back then here to the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and hot footing it up from the commentary box. You're getting your steps in today, Glenn.
Absolutely. I'm sure they're getting higher and longer every time.
Well, let's talk about that last game there. That just put the cat right amongst the pigeons. Lee Evans with a really good performance, 4-1, and he's just got himself right back into his qualification mix, and he's dragged Matty Dennant back into the chasing pack.
I made that mistake, I think, and maybe Lee Evans was out. We're not seeing the best of him. That was superb all the way through. I mean, the whole night has been pure quality.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at that table there. As you see, Matty Dennant, Lee Evans and Mike Warburton all on 6 points. That leg difference from Warby could be a massive problem if he is going to try and qualify from this group. Andreas Harrysson is at the bottom on 4 points, and he is coming up next. We'll talk about that game in a minute, but like we say, let's talk about that game now, actually, Glenn. Jamie Kelling against Andreas Harrysson. This is a huge, huge game. Jamie Kelling getting the better of Andreas last night. He managed to do that with a 52 checkout in order to get it through. As you can see, we'll have a look there on the screen. Jamie wins. He knows he's going to be here tomorrow night on finals night, but Andreas knows that he's got to win. Otherwise, he's pretty much out of the qualification.
Yeah, that was going to be exactly my response. I mean, we're going to get our fingers and toes out soon, and you quite rightly talked about legs difference, but this one's quite a straightforward scenario. Jamie wins. See you Saturday night. Andreas, if you lose, sayonara.
Yeah, this is going to be one hell of a game. So we're going to let Glenn hot-footed back downstairs to join Henry Deacon in the commentary box. We could be about to see our first finalist from Group B.
Indeed we may. Thank you very much, Charlie. Jamie Kelling is on the cusp of qualification for tomorrow night's final. Victory here against the Dirty Harrysson himself. We'll see him into Saturday night's showpiece finale. He will join Conor Heenahan, Richie Parkin and Lisa Ashton there. And you can join us there as well. Dartshop.tv, the place to be for all your tickets for all the weeks of the MODUS Super Series finals. Do make a trip down to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. But the opposition for Kelling is Andreas Harrysson, the 47-year-old from Sweden, made the 2020 Video World Championships.
Game on.
At the Indigo at the O2. But away we go. Jamie Kelling has been the standout performer on Friday night thus far. Came out the blocks firing 107.36 average in his 4-0 opening success against Mike Warburton before then, going on to beat Lee Evans 4-3 with 87.29 average, and he is continuing where he's left off in his previous 2 matches this evening, hitting a maximum of his second visit of the match, giving food for thought
16.
for Andreas Harrysson. That is for sure. And of course, if you are on dartshop.tv, you can also secure your tickets for the World Seniors Championship, which takes place in the beginning of February. You're going to see brilliant darts just like this. It's been a super start to the game. Glenn Durrant has rejoined me here in the commentary box to describe it. And Jamie Kelling, in a game that he knows if he wins will go through, has started very well indeed.
Very nice. Yeah, apologies, I'm a little bit late there, but people laughing at mine and Jarlath's attire. Have I got his shirt? Has he got my jeans on?
125. Jamie O'Carr, 120.
Quality opener for both here. There's that wry smile.
78. Andreas O'Carr, 36.
It's quite simple now for Andreas. All he can do is win all his last remaining 3 games now. With darts like
28.
that.
Jamie O'Carr, 42.
Could be the end of the road for Andreas. What a week it's been for him. Jamie. It's not a bad area to go. You can't bust, so double 6. And I'm just wondering,
Andreas O'Carr, 8.
Is he beginning to think of Saturday night already?
If it does, then other ideas may begin to creep into his mind, especially if Andreas Harrysson can bend the double 4, which he doesn't. So the break opportunity has come and gone for the Swede, and so Kelling returns for the double 3. 1 double 1.
Game shot on the first leg. Jamie
Leg
Kelling.
1.
Yeah, we've been spoilt with quality all night. And for the first time, you just feel like they're messing about with doubles there. But all Jamie needs to do is just get to the 4 legs here. And we'll see him here on Saturday night. And he's a local lad. Let's hope he brings some friends and family down here to cheer him on.
85.
From Andover, so a little trek up the A303, then across the M3, and then on the M27.
60.
Sounds like Michael Palin.
And I have heard that Jamie Kelling is meant to be playing in a county championship match
60.
tomorrow. Still possible. I believe they're at home. We'll get that double checked. So it could be a double dose of darting action for JK.
60.
Yeah, bring the home and away team here.
Why not?
Don't go to bed, guys. It's a pity they're not playing Cleveland, because they would.
That would get vocal, wouldn't it, with Richie Park in here?
Check it out. I'm getting excited now. They could. No, they're A-side, aren't they, Hampshire?
Mm.
180.
Impressive stuff. His scoring prowess has been incredible tonight. That's his 7th 180 of tonight.
125. 96.
Last
Andreas
night, Jamie
Harrysson,
won 180 all
134.
night. And going after 2.5 games, he's at 7. He'll stay there.
58. Jamie O'Carr, 105.
And his tail's up at the moment, and you just feel these are the kind of finishes that you really enjoy when you're playing well. You'd be disappointed with that.
89.
But a good setup.
Andreas O'Carr, 76.
Because this 76 is not a gimme. And you just feel like Andreas is...
Game shot on the
I feel like
second
every
leg.
miss is going to be
Andreas
punished for him right
Harrysson.
now, but credit to the Swede. He's fighting.
On the topic of that county match, Hampshire in the Premiership,
Like Jamie to throw
in
first.
the
Game on.
UKDA system, they take on Lancashire tomorrow. That's going to be some darting duel, isn't it?
Makes me even more disappointed for Lee
85.
Shewan now. So no doubt he'll probably stay up here. He does love his county darts, and county champions, Lancashire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that taking place in Bitton,
One
which
out of
is
them,
just on the
40.
outskirts of Southampton.
So for all you Lancastrians, if you fancy a night at the darts,
55.
I won't tell your team manager that you're here till 2 in the morning.
Actually, having
One
a
out
look
of
at
them,
the
40.
tables in the Premiership, it is Lancashire and Hampshire who are the top two in the table after 3 matches played. Lancashire leading the way, 89 points. Hampshire
One
on
out of them,
78,
40.
and then... Sorry, no, am I looking at that right? No, I'm looking at legs difference. That's what I'm looking at. So they played 3, Lancashire top, Hampshire second, Yorkshire third, and Essex
135.
occupying the top 4. 81 from 78 from 66 and 58 in the points bracket as Harrysson returns for 86 for a 2-1 lead breaker throw.
41. Andreas O'Carr, 86.
Yeah, that's sensible darts.
78.
A lot of people might have thought he was going to go for 18s, but Jamie's not on a finish. So it made sense to go treble 20 with a second dart there. So Andreas is still thinking. He's still fighting.
100. Andreas
And
O'Carr.
he's not out of this. He's well capable of winning this leg and the remaining legs of this match. There's just no more mistakes now for Andreas.
No score.
Do you think that really sums up
80.
his week? So near, yet so far.
Because he knew the significance of that particular moment, and when the opportunity has come tonight, Jamie Kelling has been up to the task, and
Game shot on the
that
third
trend
leg. Jamie Kelling.
continues. And you could see what it meant to JK. He had that little bit of release of emotion. Then he goes to apologise to Andreas. Very respectful person is
Fourth leg,
Jamie.
Andreas to throw
He let out what
first.
he needed
Game
to
on.
let out, but he didn't want to feel as if he was being disrespectful towards his opponent.
Have you been to a county game?
60.
I've never been to a county game. Neither have I set foot in a PDC venue either.
I was going to think and be my guest. There's a Pro Tour player, but probably won't be there next
100.
year.
We'll go tomorrow, but I've got a live commentary at 4 before I come here in the evening.
Do you know, I might take Marco tomorrow.
100.
Make a change from the kebab house.
I could tell a story there. I arrived in
60.
Portsmouth on Sunday afternoon, 12 stone 7. And after 5 days of Marco Maya, I'm going away 21 stone 3. And a bottom like a blood orange.
135.
You know, you see the before and after photos. Yours is the other way round this week, isn't it?
I brought some pasta and some
81.
salads. My wife's been asking. 206 for Andreas.
What's the American phrase? The best laid plans of mice and men, gang after glee?
$40.
John Steinbeck actually wrote a novel on that.
It's great. Absolutely great start with another egghead.
140.
Not great counting there by Andreas, leaving 166. I sense just his frustration right now. And every dart he's throwing.
44. Jamie O'Carr, 120.
Just the way his darts sit up. Even though he checked out an 80 last time, it would not be easy to sort of ping that tops in. So that's why it was
60.
mightily
Andreas
impressive,
O'Carr,
that 80 on the last one.
122.
1-2-2, he'll start in the 18s. Bullseye.
Game shot on
Well,
the
I give
four
up.
flag.
I
Andreas
absolutely
Harrysson.
give up. Just when I thought I got the art of this commentary right, it pings out a 15 for a 1-2-2 finish.
Fifth leg, Jamie to
And
third
as we
first.
approach
Game
the
on.
midnight hour at the Super Series, there's some strange and ghoulish goings on here as Andreas Harrysson beds the 1-2-2 in a remarkable fashion, the single 15 show 19 Bullseye. But away from the madness of it is a pivotal moment in a pivotal juncture in this match. And it may be the moment that wrestles the game
180.
in Dirty Harrison's favour.
Just when we thought he was dead and buried,
100.
the Swede bounces back.
Have a look at this.
140.
Shabba.
$100.
He's teasing.
$105.
So if you're wondering why he was using the bull in that game there, if you just see there, he's left a 2-dart combination
81.
finish.
Andreas O'Carr, 76.
Andreas is not someone who plays around the board a lot. 16. Tops for a lead in this match.
Game shot on the fifth
When he's been
leg.
second
Andreas
best
Harrysson.
throughout. I think I'd just about written him off, not only in this match, but trying to get there to Saturday night. Is the conclusion of this
Sixth leg,
story
Andreas
for the
to
Swede.
first. Game on.
Still to continue.
A 12-darter as well, which he's pulled out the fire when he's under the utmost pressure, not just in this game, but in the complexion of his week.
60.
His whole 5 days pretty much bears down now on these next couple of legs or so.
140.
Wins, and he's very much in the race. He put himself onto 6 points, loses, and he's
100.
got an uphill battle, an uphill task. When he would put Jamie Kelling through, that's a guarantee. If
57.
Andreas wins, well, I hope you ordered that abacus from that online retailer in time, because we may need it, Glenn.
81.
Just been trying to get to know a little bit about Jamie Kelling. Had a shoulder injury the back end of last year, which really put a real dampener on his progress in
One
the
out
game.
of 40.
He's showing no signs that it's still affecting him now. In fact, he'll be delighted the way tonight's gone.
123. Junior
He just
car
can't get rid of
164.
Andreas. He's not going to go down without a fight. So what do you think,
60.
Henry? If he does
Andreas
qualify
car
for Saturday night,
137.
does he go to County B tomorrow? I know my answer.
Do what you feel is right by yourself would be the word of advice.
89.
So
Junior car
104 to
104.
bring it back to 3 apiece of Harrysson standing on 48 for a 4-2 win
56.
and to
Andreas
become the
car 48.
4th player on 6 points in this group. 2 darts at tops for Andreas Harrysson,
Game
and
shot
this
on the
group
match,
is
Andreas
going
Harrysson.
all the way down to the wire, because in game 6 of night 2, only 2 points separate the 5 players involved. 4 of them tied on 6 points. I hope you've got your abacuses ready wherever you're tuning in from, because it's going to be a tense conclusion to decision day. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it's Lee Evans against Mike Warburton.
Well, we have asked for drama at the start of the night, and have we got it in abundance. A very warm welcome back to what is becoming a ridiculous Group B here at the MODUS Super Series in Portsmouth. Andreas Harrysson was 2-1 down, staring down the barrel of potentially being out of qualification. Chances for finals night tomorrow, but a 91.53 average. He reels off 3 legs on the spin, and despite 2 maximums from Jamie Kelling, he gets the job done 4-2, and he moves his chances a bit further up in qualifying for finals night. In fact, he moves into the final qualification spot. Look at that on legs difference. It is 6 points. Everybody else is on 6 points, but Jamie Kelling. And Jamie Kelling will be a bit gutted, I'm sure, about losing that game, but he'll know that he's still got qualification in his own hands. He's the only player left on 8 points. 2 players as well who are on 6 are about to take their spots on stage. Lee Evans against Mike Warburton. Lee Evans produced some star quality in his last matchup. This 1-2-5 helped him make a 2-0 win, a 2-0 lead, I should say, to make it a 4-1 win against Matty Dennant. An excellent 1-2-5 there from Evs, of course, who was at Champions Week in Series 1. He's looking to get to finals night in Series 2. Mike Warburton, though, this 101 out shot to start off his game against Lee Evans last night ultimately saw him win the match 4-2. This is such a pivotal game. I think I've been saying that about every game tonight. The winner keeps qualification in their own hands. The loser will be looking for favours. Deacon, Duzzer, get the abacuses out.
We will get the abacuses out. Thank you very much, Jarlath. And just to throw this into the fire, because if the players on the left-hand draw of the bracket, Lee Evans in this game against Mike Warburton, Matt Dennant in his game against Jamie Kelling, Andreas Harrysson in his clash with Evans, and Warburton against Dennant, all 5 players would end the group on 8 points. We would be in a deadlock situation. Could you imagine, after all the games are played, after all the toing and throwing and all the tungsten tension that we had seen, nothing, still nothing, would separate all 5 players. This is brimming up to the boil and then some. Evans against Warburton is game 7. And Glenn, what a crescendo we may have.
First leg, it's leader through first.
Absolutely. Don't know how to respond to that, because if they all ended on 8, that would just be the... We talked about how tight this group is. It's still a long way from happening. You know, for all the players on the left, for it happen, but how exciting it would be. Be interesting to see if that would be a first as well. Mike Warburton could put pay to wall that by beating Lee here, but Lee was mightily impressive in the last
97.
game.
140.
Even by the sound of them darts going on the board, you just feel he's got his timing right now. And something from somewhere, Lee Evans looks like a different player all of a sudden. And dare I say, is he just timing his
60.
run to the finish with perfection?
$96.
Just something about a 1-3-1. I love that finish. I wonder if he felt the same, because it would have been easier going back upstairs to leave the 130, which is
45. Leo Carr 131.
So they'll be going treble 20. And now it's just a case of setting it up. So 111, probably 19s. 19s is shot, but he might be thinking if it's single, he's already covered it there. That's good thinking.
55.
Very good thinking. What he was already thinking by not missing the big 19 in that situation. I think for Warby, he's just going to put this leg of darts behind him and move on.
140.
Now, Warburton
Leo
should
Carr,
have
76.
gone downstairs there, because a 139 would have left him on 160, and because he's hit a 140, it means he's not on a finish now on 159. And you could see in the background, you could see in his face that he realises the error that he has made. And it means Evans is going to return for 50. And he is incandescent with rage, is Warburton at the back of the stage as he approached the oche there.
Yeah, he's not a great counter, as we've said many times.
93.
But we've all got strengths and weaknesses. We don't all have a throw like he has. Oh. And had he hit that treble, of course he would have bust. And is it a double whammy?
Game shot on the first
Certainly
flag.
is.
Lee
He got
Evans.
away with that one, Lee Evans. But he's just timing his run to total perfection right now.
That was a double whammy. That was quite jarry from Lee Evans.
Second leg Mike to throw first. Game on. $100.
We touched on it last night. Fatigue for these players. We touched on it with Lisa as well this afternoon. Seems a long time ago Monday, Henry. These guys, afternoon sessions, night sessions.
180.
It's got to catch up to you sometime.
They are long weeks, but they're enjoyable weeks as well. And the players do enjoy their time here.
123.
Well, it's tungsten time.
Always tungsten time, Glenn. Well, according to Paul Starr, anyway.
58.
You got the man from the Go Compare adverts to do a tungsten time shout.
94.
Here's across to the 18s there, Warburton. Evans on 263. Now,
Without telling him what to do here, the dart there was 18s if you wanted to get to a finish.
93. $64. Leo Carl 170.
The biggest finish of them all. We've seen it this week from Richie Parkin. That's unlucky. So it'll be treble 18 a bull. Sometimes out of
105.
frustration you
Michael
go for
Carl,
bull
120.
when you're so close. Now Warby has not woken up in this match. But is this the moment? Wow. Yeah. That wasn't me saying wow. That was Warby.
78. Leo Carl 65.
look at the scowl on his face as he went to retrieve the darts.
I love that though, Henry.
Game shot on the second
Evans will
leg.
love that.
Lee Evans.
He's woken up, hasn't he? Yesterday, it would have it probably left the arena, the venue, a frustrated man. His opening match today was, wasn't at his best. And something has just happened because right now, he just looks like a different animal. And we've talked, and so much more experience than I'm seeing these that people often come through the pack. And right now, Lee Evans, if he can keep himself physically fit, is the form man.
100.
Warby has to be tired. So it's a mental battle for him now. Rather than not necessarily such a physical one as well.
125.
But is this where the experience element comes into play? Because Warburton is as used to this format as anyone else.
I just haven't seen him going in the fives, that was close at the tops, the first one. Anyone who's listened to me this week with Warby will think I'm his #1 fan. And I am. I totally believe in the guy.
135.
Something that you said on day one. What will he be like come Friday night? With fatigue, with tightness, where a bit of tension and anxiety comes into that throw. And I keep hearing your words at that point there. And right now, for whatever reason, don't get me wrong, he's still averaging mid-80s, which is very acceptable.
58.
But Lee Evans is just shy of a ton.
As you mentioned, pulling out the fire when it matters the most. 140 may be coming in a pivotal time. It just applies the pressure on Evans here on 125 for a 3-0 lead. So treble 20 for tops. Warby returns for the 156.
65.
Sensible
Mario
last
Kart
dart. He
156.
didn't even particularly look at the treble there. The fat 20 just leaves a 2-dart combination. The 156 is it's all about that first dart. Lee Evans has the chance
60.
to really run away with
Lee
this game.
60.
Not something I expected. But he's looking good. Fat 20. Actually, that's a good marker, that. Just sit it on top of that. Use that as your
Game
guide.
shot on the third leg. Lee Evans.
As shown in diagram B. It's a 3-0 lead for Lee Evans. It's no laughing matter for Mike Warburton.
And if Lee Evans
Fourth
wins
leg,
this
Mike,
game,
you
we
throw
are a
first.
quarter
Game
of the
on.
way there to the unprecedented scenario where all players end the group level with. I wonder whether they know next door.
100.
If they don't, I hope we don't let them know, because could you imagine?
Well, to be fair, we needed our fingers and toes to work it out, so hopefully they're just focusing on their own game. You know, if I was in the back room there,
58.
I'd just be thinking, I need 2 wins out of 3, I need 1 win out of 2. I think the last thing on my mind is, because if you start thinking, well, if I lose here, I've still got a chance, your mentality's maybe just elsewhere.
Play in
58.
knockout mode.
Yeah, exactly. But, well, you'd be frustrated. This is where you need, you know, like in the pro ranks, you need someone good around you, because when Warby goes back to that players' lounge,
140.
it would be nice if he had someone just to say, look, it's not the end of the world, but you do need to win your last game if you want to play here Saturday night. Do you know what? I think he deserves to be there Saturday night.
140.
He should have topped the group in Group A. He was just that penultimate game at the end. And then tonight, you know, during these past 2 days, he's been favourite for a long time. But is he running out of steam, Henry?
93.
At the wrong time?
And now we ask what is left in the tank for Mike Warburton. Is he running out of fuel? The petrol meter running closer to empty,
83.
because these are long weeks. It has been a long week for Warby. He had that emotional baggage he had to deal with from Wednesday to Thursday, just missing out on legs difference in Group A. And we've seen players in the past
134,
struggle as a
Michael
consequence of it.
120.
And he has to take out this Shanghai here to stay in the game, because you trust Lee Evans to get at least a dart at a double to
60.
secure a
Lee Evans,
4-0
76.
victory.
That looked like a frustrated man throwing that last dart there. And to pile the pressure on, Fat 16. And for a 4-0 comprehensive victory.
36. Michael Kart 60.
He's a double 16 man. Warby, but right now, similar to Lee, just sitting above that.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's
Mike
clinical, and he
Warburton.
puffs his cheeks out there. He's still in this, but it's going to be a tall order, because he's going to have to break Lee twice in the next 3 legs. And that's
Fifth
not
leg
an
leader
easy
to
thing to do
first.
by
Game on.
a long shot.
Especially when that first dart is so plumb in the triple 20 bed, followed by a second, followed by a
180.
third. Well, this is bringing up quite nicely. Quite nicely.
180.
And Paul Hinks is getting his work cut out this evening. Oh boy!
180.
Oh. And so is this the chance
Lee
for Lee Evans?
141.
Lee Evans comes to the hockey. Glenn Durrant's got a sweat on here. Lee Evans.
59.
Stop getting me excited, boys. I'm normally in bed with me cocoa by now. But how many times you get close to that 9-darter and end up losing the leg because Warby's not a million miles away from him.
82.
But there's 82 for Lee for the match. He will start right in the centre of the board. And a fat 17 for another opportunity at tops. He went high last time.
42.
Bends
Michael
the
Kart
wire this
81.
time. Mike Warburton, you've been second best. How do you feel? And that doesn't help, so there's no guarantee even to dart the bull now, but it's treble 14. All he can do is set it up.
61. Leo car 40.
Tops for Evans to put himself on 8 points in the group and to put himself in a promising position to progress. It's a real nice marker.
Game
And
shot
that's
in
the
match,
dart that
Lee
sees
Evans.
Lee Evans go top of Group B and one step closer potentially to progression into Saturday night's finals. He threatened a 9 darter as well in the mix in that final leg. He gets the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 1. We're going to take a short break here, and afterwards we're going to see Matt Dennant in action against Jamie Kelling.
Well, welcome back. I mean, every time we say it, it feels like the drama is just delivering higher and higher. Another 4-1 win for Lee Evans. He won his last game 4-1 against Matty Dennant. He now wins this game against Mike Warburton by the same scoreline. A cracking fifth leg between the pair. 11 perfect darts between them. But in the end, it is Lee Evans that gets over the line. He moves himself on to 8 points. He moves himself on the brink of qualification. In fact, he actually goes top of the table thanks to that leg difference. You can see there the second and third placings at the moment. Remember, the top 3 are going through to finals night. Andreas Harrysson and Mike Warburton are also there on 6 points. They will need wins in their final 2 games to ensure that they could potentially get themselves into qualification. But it is second versus third that we are going to see right now. It is Jamie Kelling against Matty Dennant. Jamie Kelling started the night with an absolutely sensational performance. So this is what happened last night when he took out a tops against Matty Dennant to win by 4 legs to 3, and this is what we talked about last night as well, earlier on the night, in fact, actually. He managed to win 4-0 against Mike Warburton, averaging 107. It would have been more had he not missed a couple of darts for a double as well. This is another pivotal game. Matty Dennant hasn't won a game tonight. He will know that he will need to win this one to stay in contention. For Jamie Kelling, it's quite simple. Win, and you're in. It's getting tight. It's getting tense. Henry, Glenn, it's back to you. It's tungsten time.
Yes, there's a lot of excitement in the comms box, that's for sure. And just remember the scenario that Henry gave us there. So if Matty Dennant wins this game here, it still gives that possibility that all players will end up on 8 points. So just keep an eye on that. The next thing I would like to say is that I did not expect to hear a stat of Matty Dennant hasn't won a game yet tonight. But it is a repetition of last time I was here, where he had a bit of a wobble the second night, but also so did his opponent there, who just can't get over that winning line. He knew that he had to get to 10 points, but it'd be cat amongst the pigeons if Matt Dennant wins, Andreas wins, and Mike Warburton wins the final game of the night.
First leg
So
is
lots of
Matt to
excitement in the
serve
comms
first.
box. Sit back
Game
and enjoy
on.
the darts.
And as a player, you must have been in this scenario at some point when the performances are there and it doesn't correlate
100.
to results. How difficult is it to know that you're playing well, but try and not beat yourself up because you're not getting the results that match the performances, if you get what I mean?
Yeah, there's 2 answers there. I mean, the closest thing to the MODUS Super Series, what I've played in, is the Grand Slam, of course. So, you know, I remember losing to Gary Anderson 5-4
134.
in the opening match of the competition, and went to bed that night, you know, really pleased, you know, to take Gary all the way. So I knew I was playing well, with the potential that there was
140.
further games to come over the next 2 days. But in the cutthroat of a knockout competition, if you're in the last 64, last 32, it's nice when people said, don't be disappointed.
100.
But I was very good at winning ugly. I had a real good B game. And right now, that's what I fancy that Matty Dennant needs. His A+ game is exceptional. We saw that last night.
Microcar 167.
He just needs to scrap a couple of 4-3 wins to become a more all-round player.
$95.
So Dennen leaving 72 after 12 is a positive leg with the dart.
60.
Kelling, despite that
Microcar
140, has
72.
been slow out the blocks in this opening leg.
Game shot on the first leg. Matt Dennen.
I've spent more time with Henry than my wife this month. Some of the conversations we're having, we're just saying if Jamie does get through with him living local, I'm asking all
Second
the
leg,
county
Jamie to go
players or
first. Game
the friends and family from Andover to come and join us on Saturday night. And you'll remind me what the website is, no doubt.
140.
Dartshop.tv, the place to be.
Let's get this party started.
140.
Because you know what it is, Glenn? It's the Darty Party in Pompey.
60.
And it's tungsten time.
I just thought, if we have a World Seniors event in Newcastle, sorry to swear in front of you, Glenn.
125.
Can we start just don't say Sunderland and don't say Newcastle, and we'll get on fine.
What I was going to say is, could you imagine Paul Starr? It's tungsten time on the time.
100.
Couldn't you said the Thames or the Trent or just let's not fall out this late.
We were getting along
This late
so
in the day.
well.
We were.
55.
Speaking of Geordies, Chris Dobie won today. Ryan Joyce beating Gerwin Price. Not what I want to read when I go back to my where I'm staying.
60.
Only joking, boys. Big up the Northeast, and Callan Ridds, probably the most talented player in the Northeast as well.
134. Jamie Carr 141.
All in the last 32 tomorrow, and with a lot of the big names going out, that leaves 62's a treble 10.
109.
And from
Matty
absolutely
Carr,
nowhere, we
47.
talked about Matty Dennant's A game. He wants 47 double 16 here.
31. Jamie O'Carr, 32.
And that's he's gone from 110 average to 102, just with a miss of a double.
Game shot on the second leg.
Jamie
Kelling.
He might be a long way behind him in the average stakes, but it's 1-1.
Third leg Matt to throw first. Game on.
Imperious.
180.
What do you think of my analysis on a B game would be nice for Matty Dennen?
60.
Because his A game, it's there, isn't it?
It's like a lot of players in this competition, their best stuff is up there to be competitive with everyone. And a lot of the players we have in this
93.
competition, they're on the cusp of a tour card, but perhaps the reason why they're not on the pro circuit, some of the others are, is when they have to rely on their
90.
B game, it's perhaps not quite there in those clutch scenarios. And what this format does is it gives players the opportunity to learn and adapt. And as much as it's a
82.
competition where you're playing for big money, £20,000 top prize of Champions Week, it's also an opportunity to work on different elements of your game. It's almost like it can be a school of darts if you use it right.
Yeah, we don't often say Matty wins with a 79 average.
64.
He's a good counter, and he's used the bullseye well there, because that 82 is a finish we like. And for Jamie, you feel he needs a treble
60.
just to put some
Mario
pressure.
Kart
So
82.
not as much pressure on this 82 as I anticipated. And that 25 means it's 17. As he drops his darts, not always a bad thing. Just sit above the dart.
42.
That's a well
Jamie
thrown
O'Carr,
dart.
151.
Just very unlucky. Is he going to be punished with this 151?
97.
So
Mario
Dennant
Kart,
returns the
40.
tops with 2-1 lead. Double 10. This is a big dart. That is a
30.
big miss.
Jamie O'Carr,
Because
54.
Kelling returns for a 2-1 breaker throw with his 54. 2 darts at tops.
2 darts at tops he didn't expect. And Jamie, if you've got aspirations,
34.
that.
Mario O'Carr, 10.
And what's frustrating, he's been sat on them 8 points a long time now. Is he thinking?
Game shot on the third
We
leg.
knew where
Matt
that was going, didn't
Dennen.
we? Double 5 this week. It's been unmissable for all the players. I'm just getting concerns for Jamie Kelling right now.
Fourth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
And to add into the mix as well, Jamie's playing his last game here. He's the first player to complete his set of fixtures. Now,
100.
could that be something that enters his mind?
Great point, my friend. He'd have wanted them 10 points, and like I say, he's been sat on 8 points for a
40.
long, long time. He could be spot on that. Gorgeous.
140.
Oh, thank you, Glenn.
Badunts.
119.
Silky, smooth,
60.
straight. All the fundamentals are good. Matty Dennant's a scrapper.
80.
He's at your ankles all the time. Just let me win, Jamie's asking.
139.
Superb setup. We haven't seen many Desmonds for a while.
98. Jamie O'Carr, 62.
Treble 10. Is he going to go? He's got his favoured tops. He bent the wire last time.
42. Matt
This time
O'Carr,
just underneath.
164.
Love the pause at the end. So 164. What a moment this would be. What a moment this would.
125. Jamie O'Carr, 20.
And so double 10 for Kelling. 2 5s. You speak about big moments, Glenn. This could be
15.
another. And Jamie
Mario
Kelling
Kart,
is not up to
39.
the task. And Dennant returns for the break and a 3-1 lead.
Double 16. This will really hurt.
7.
Both of them have
Jamie
been given
O'Connor, 5.
opportunities. And both aren't taking them. That's the hard part, like that. Reset, but don't shake your head. Just take it, get your eyes on that double 2.
Game shot
That's
on the
all you
fourth
need to
leg.
do.
Jamie Kelling.
There's only so many chances you can give this lad. It's 2-2, it's all to play for. But what I like about Matty Dennant, you wouldn't know if he was 3-0 up or 2-2.
Fifth leg match.
One of his
until
big
first,
strengths
game
is all he's thinking about is that next leg.
57.
You've won a scrappy leg like that. I just had a feeling that Jamie was going to pull out a big one here.
140.
Under 140. And just when you begin to write him off, we hear the tone of Paul Hinks, who's going to need some of my lozenges with the amount of 180s he's shouting.
Now, I've just been given some information through, Glenn. If Matt Dennen wins this game from here,
60.
Mike Warburton will be eliminated.
Really?
A 4-2, 4-3 win for Matt Dennen would eliminate Warby from the process. So just some information
45.
hot off the press for all of you at home.
So I'm guessing even if they all finish on 8 points, that Warby's leg difference, I'm guessing, is what the scenario is from that, yeah.
60.
Number crunching at its finest here at the MODUS Super Series. I hope you're all enjoying it like I am.
60. Mario Kart 144.
I'm pretty sure that's one stat that Warby won't know.
96.
I'd rather you tell him than me.
I will stay well away.
100. Mario Kart 48.
16 double 16 for Matt Dennen. So now he'll be the biggest Jamie Kelling fan in the world. But Matt Dennen is thinking about his own course, thinking about his own progression through to Saturday night's showpiece finale.
6 leg Jamie to throw first.
Kelling just waits for the call of Paul Hinks to signify game on. No, and he has to win both of the remaining legs from here.
60.
And following this game, he will not be able to control his fate. He'll be hoisted in the
100.
hands of the other protagonists in this group.
$45.
Don't do that, Jamie. Don't give Matty any more ammunition. Just retrieve your darts, go back, and if you want to remonstrate with yourself, do it behind his back.
125.
Because he'll just hit 125 thinking, Jamie's gone here.
83.
Last start just gives him an outside chance, but massive advantage now to Matty.
54.
As soon as you say that, just know there's going to be a huge swing here. You also feel this one needs to follow that.
100.
Is a ton enough, Henry?
Probably not, because, well, definitely not now. Matt Dennant proving the point there. And that's yet another 140 for him. 82 for the match.
That 82 finish seems pretty
57.
synonymous to
Mario
tonight.
Kart 82.
Having plenty of attempts, so he will go for the bull. And once again, fat 17. And for the match, Matty Dennant.
62. Jamie O'Connor 156.
So Matty Dennant will come
95. Mario Kart
to the
20.
hockey thinking, this is to keep me right in the mix. What he probably doesn't realise is this will eliminate Mike Warburton. The double 10. What a dart
Game
that is.
shot in the match.
Matty Dennant does everything he needs to stay in this competition. And it's sadly goodbye to Mike Warburton. Next up, we have Andreas Harrysson, Lee Evans. Join us back very, very soon.
This is the MODUS Super Series. (180).
And you could be here, right here in the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth in, what, less than 22 hours' time, in fact, actually. Get yourself onto dartshop.tv right now. Get your free complimentary ticket, and we will see you later tonight, if you're in the UK, because obviously we start at 10 o'clock on Saturday night. So make sure that you get here for your free ticket right now, dartshop.tv. We would love to see you here for finals night, where we have now 5 of the 6 places available are gone. That is because Matty Dennant beat Jamie Kelling in the last match, and he beat him by 4 legs to 2. Matty Dennant coming through there, 2 180s for Matty Dennant. Kelling just couldn't quite get going in that one. As you can see, the checkouts for both were not necessarily the best that they produced, but it doesn't matter. Matty Dennant needed a win, hadn't won his previous 2 games. He now gets the job done, and that means what this does to the table. Matty Dennant is through due to a superior leg difference against both Jamie Kelling, Andreas Harrysson, and Mike Warburton. And what it also means is that Lee Evans is also through into finals night as well because of his leg difference. So if he loses by 4-0, by 4 legs to 0 even, or if he indeed loses at all, it won't matter. He will stay in the qualification spots as well. So a bit of pressure coming off for Lee Evans, but not so much for Andreas Harrysson in our penultimate match of the night. Andreas has kept his hopes alive of qualifying for finals, but he started with us here on Monday, and he kept his alive with victory over Jamie Kelling. And the theme of the week has been last leg deciders. We had this in the game yesterday. It would be Lee Evans who got over the line, and he got over the line as well with 60 outshot. This is the 1-2-2 finish from Andreas earlier on tonight that kept his hopes alive of qualifying for finals night. And then here is the finish from Lee that got the job done last night in that fixture by 4 legs to 3. So it is all eyes on this. It means that Mike Warburton is eliminated, but it is Andreas Harrysson versus Jamie Kelling in for the final qualification spot. If Andreas wins, he gets it. If Jamie will be hoping, and we're the biggest Lee Evans fan, because if Lee Evans wins, it'll be him, Jamie Kelling, who will be going through to finals night. Henry, Glenn, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jarlif. And so it all comes down to this. When the conclusion of this game, we'll know our Super 6 for the finals lineup here in week 5 of Series 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. If Andreas Harrysson, the 47-year-old from Sweden, can claim a victory, he will harbour the final spot in tomorrow night's finale. If Lee Evans wins, it'll be Jamie Kelling who secures the final spot. Evans is through no matter what happens in this game. He can show the hand of friendship to Jamie Kelling if he can secure victory in this one. For Andreas Harrysson, it is all in his hands.
Absolutely incredible scenario. I don't think we saw this as a conclusion
First
sort
Andreas to throw
of
first.
30 minutes ago. Can I just say that I'm a little sad for Mike Warburton. I'm sad that he's not going to be there Saturday night, just because I've just seen him from Monday morning, and you know, yeah, I'm a little sad he hasn't got through there. But
95.
Andreas has never ever really been in the race to qualify for this group. He was bottom going into it. Tonight he hasn't really set the world alight, and here he is. If he wins this game, we'll see the Swede in the final tomorrow night. So sit back, enjoy this game. Are you an Andreas fan? Or are you a Jamie Kelling fan?
At MSS Darts on social media. Keep them fun, keep them clean. And I don't know whether you know about this, but there was a scenario with Portsmouth a couple of years ago in League 2 where they hadn't been at the top of the table for the entirety of the season up until the final 15 minutes of it, and they then went on to win League 2. Now, Andreas Harrysson
58.
has hardly been in the top 3 throughout the duration of this Group B. If he wins this game, he's into finals night.
We're talking Portsmouth. We're talking non-league football here at the MODUS Super Series.
135.
If you want to talk football, any questions on the mighty Middlesbrough? I'm here for you.
There is a famous non-league football team from around these parts, the
92.
mighty Haventon Waterlooville.
There's only one mighty who? Mighty.
Played Liverpool at Anfield in the FA Cup famously back in
96.
2008.
Remember.
116.
116. He doesn't often go down on the 19s, but I've seen him do that on the 6. But sensibly stayed on the 20s, 16. Can he make a statement already? He
Game show on the
certainly
first
can.
leg, Andreas Harrysson.
And we're not going to blow our own trumpets in his comms box, but we did feel that Andreas was the dark horse. Not once has he played anywhere near his best the past 2 days.
Second leg leader through first. Game on.
But if he does go through, he will be seriously dangerous tomorrow night. I'm intrigued to know if the 5 players know the scenarios right now.
93.
Because with Lee Evans, he's just had an hour of absolute brilliance. By far the best player out of the 5 of them for just a period of time. When he walked to that stage, was he told that he's qualified? And has he lost that controlled aggression that you need in a penultimate game like this to qualify?
The players do know. The players do know about the situation
43.
and scenario. I have been informed.
That's the perfect dart for Andreas.
45.
And he gives me a brimful of Asher again. It's a bullet of an arm, that one. Just listen to the noise it goes
100.
in that board. But he's not 100%, as we saw last night. He hasn't once complained as I've walked by him or anything, or showed any disrespect to anybody, but
180.
265, possibly on the 19s. Why? Because once treble 19 here, we'll leave the big fish. He may go back upstairs the way he's covered that.
98.
And he does leave a 167 finish.
When you get a go, though? Because Andreas Harrysson here wants tops for 151.
111. Leo Carr 167.
This is even tougher than a 170, this, because you're manoeuvring around the board. So treble 20. But right now, Andreas. And for any aspiring dart player, just keep your eyes on Andreas there.
102. Andreas
He
Yokar
doesn't
40.
take his eyes off double top as he walks to the hockey.
Game shot
And
on
he
the second
pings
leg,
it.
Andreas Harrysson.
And if he does know the scenario, he'll be tough with a 2-0 lead to peg back. A Swedish international, prolific on the Baltic and
Third leg,
Nordic
Andreas
tour.
through first. Game
Very
on.
proud player for representing Sweden. More importantly, he wants to get there on Saturday night. And I can assure you, he will
100.
be very, very dangerous if you fancy a little flutter.
And if you are having a little bit of a flutter, it's 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
180.
Well, that's a good start to leg 3 for Lee Evans. Maximum to kick things off, knowing that with Andreas obtaining the break
100.
early on, he's going to have to come out into attack mode in a game that he doesn't have to win, but he'd like to gain some confidence.
140.
Talk about confidence building. We've seen it scared and threatened a few times tonight, and Evans looking to add his name to the list of players that have been teasing the 9.
Yeah, I walked through the players' lounge earlier, and all of them said, we're going to give you a 9 tonight, Glenn. I think they know I'm very much on debut in these comms. And to call out a 9, I'm not sure what I would say.
93.
Cracking leg, but it's not a gimme 88. So Andreas, if he can pump in a little 140 here, I'll make this 88 shrink.
100. Leo
Still not a
Carr,
bad finish,
88.
104. Treble 20. So 83, this is where treble 17 will come into play. And that leaves double 16.
56. Andreas Harrysson, 104.
So 104, I'm not even going to predict which way Andreas is going to go at the moment. I think he went the treble 16. So that's 7. So that leaves 97. So it's still a 2-darter. He's just making sure there, but he needs treble 19. I think that's the first time I've seen any facial movement from him.
48.
Lovely guy, isn't he, Henry?
32.
Part of our quiz team last Monday.
How did that go again?
I'm saying nothing about your performance. Thank God you're a good
Game
commentator.
shot on the third leg. Lee Evans.
Can I give you the tenner later?
Can I just say we were leading when I had the iPad.
Fourth leg leader through first. Game on.
And Henry had a couple of still waters. That's not a nice dart for Lee. So he'll use the 19s.
93.
Like I said, he knows his way around the day. He's an experienced player. He's played on the Euro Tour. Had a terrific run at the Pro Tours this year. He's one of them dangerous floaters when on the Pro Tour that introduced players from the Challenge Tour. And this is what I've really enjoyed this week.
60.
Look at the way the darts are entering into the board. And I think it's even more clearer with, can you see like the little loop? They sort of just dip in last second. So for him, it's all about the timing.
140.
Whereas Lee really powers the dart in. He actually aims for the target, where someone like Andreas will have that trajectory where it'll just dip at the top and then just right at the end, it'll just hopefully dip into the treble 20 for him.
46.
So there's no right, no wrong way of throwing a dart. You can just get the fundamentals right, then it's over to you for repetition.
Andreas Harrysson with the advantage in this leg. 60 leads himself on 161. So Lee Evans should start on the 18s here on 302. Now he can move across to the treble 20 bed.
57.
And so Harrysson now,
Andreas Harrysson, 161.
6 darts on 161 for the break back to reaccrue it and to go within a leg of qualification.
60.
He really bullseye on the last dart. I know it's just the little tiny things right now, but I'm also just assessing to see if they are thinking correctly. But the bullseye would have brought a 96 finish and a 2-darter.
Andreas Harrysson, 101.
But it's still a big advantage to Andreas, 101. Lots of variations. He likes the treble 15 route. Double 18, big moment.
83.
And one thing you don't do is go inside, because if he does return, double 9 is not a double we love. And he will return, Henry.
Averaging a shade under a ton, and saw it a bit earlier with Matt Dennen, and again he knew
Andreas Harrysson, 18.
Victory would see him progress. He produced some of his best stuff, and Andreas Harrysson is doing likewise here. And is only a leg away from qualification. Breaks the throw of Lee Evans. He leads 3-1. And this is the moment that every player at the start of the week envisages, having the dart to see themselves into Saturday night.
Game on.
Fantastic point, Henry. It's in your hands, Andreas. Best of 3, and you're throwing first twice. That makes you a heavy favourite. No doubt Jamie Kelling's got his head in his hands, and just the absolute mirror situation to the last time I was here. He could taste it. We were talking about the huge following coming to Saturday night. I can't imagine many Swedes coming over to support
57.
Andreas.
I have no IKEA.
That joke's a turnip for the books. Henry's breakdancing after that joke. Who do you think he is, Lee Evans?
125.
He's sweating like him anyway. When you said there, Andreas was averaging just under 100. Didn't feel like that, did it?
100.
And that's what I'm trying to say about tomorrow night. Despite anyone who finishes third or may have qualified not as comfortable as a Richie Parkin, come tomorrow night, any one of them players can win it.
125.
Wonderful darts, Andreas Harrysson.
And at this point as well, as Harrison looks set to progress, you have to spare a thought for Jamie Kelling, who came so close to qualification. Of course, it's not over yet, but Andreas Harrysson has it in his hands. But he has to cross the line. That's the important thing.
He loves that first dart.
100.
First dart was if it's not a treble 20, that was perfect. So his arm's not tightening up, his shoulder's not tightening up, his demeanour's good. But Lee Evans is going nowhere.
180. Andreas Harrysson, 104.
Both on 104, and I bet both go different ways. That's my preferred way. Big 18 for double 16.
72.
And that's
Lee
for the
Harrysson,
place
104.
in Saturday night. Lee Evans, are you a spoiler, or will Andreas be back? Double 16 once again. Andreas
Game
misses
shot on
it
the
by a
fifth
width of a
flag.
wire.
Evans.
Lee Evans pummels it right in the middle of the double 16 there. Andreas shows some amazing sportsmanship there. But inside he'll be raging. Is that the one opportunity for Andreas Harrysson? Or will he be back?
When you're on the cusp of defeat, to pull out a 180 followed by a 104 outshot says a lot about the bottle and the composure that Lee Evans has in abundance. And what it has also done is it's kept Jamie Kelling's hopes of progressing through alive.
Yes, I think we'll be buying him a bottle of beer if Lee Evans can come through this game, because that was in the palm of Andreas's hands.
96. $100.
Andreas the Swede will gimme a double after midnight. Copyright / Henry Deacon. And you can find all his
45.
puns in all good bookshops.
And all bad ones too.
$125.
Cracking dart from Andreas Harrysson. He's just silently but effectively just getting on with the job. 176 is a real great chance in 6 darts, because a ton or a ton 40 makes him a big favourite again. The 226A, he's going to have to go around the board. He might use the 17s here.
90.
That's a lovely last dart, but it's advantage Harrysson again. That's not his ideal dart. Now it's the understacker, and it doesn't suit him, that.
32. Lee Harrysson, 136.
You would think that Lee's got 6 darts from here. He'll use the 19s now, because trying to get around that 20 be hard. He will stay there.
96.
Cracking last dart. You just feel everything's going against
144.
Andreas at the moment. He was very unlucky not to qualify automatically. This is going down to the final leg
67. Lee
in the
Harrysson,
penultimate
40.
match. And who is going to qualify, Andreas Harrysson or Jamie Kelling? Well, it's in the hands of Lee Evans.
The biggest dart of this group.
Is that too close? Wow.
20. Andreas Harrysson,
And
77.
so, Andreas Harrysson has the opportunity now on 77 to book his place, but that's a disaster dart. He's going to have to go for either 14s or 18s here.
Wow.
Double 16
45.
doesn't go. He's had
Lee
another
Harrysson,
chance.
20.
If this was a book, it'd be a bestseller. Gripping. Nerve-wracking. Tense.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Favourable
Lee
double
Evans.
5. And for me, in a group as tight as this, where we couldn't separate them all, it's all going down to the last leg for the final qualifier. Is it going to be
Second and final
Andreas
leg, Andreas
Harrysson?
to throw first.
Is
Game
it going to be Jamie Kelling, who sat in the players' lounge, probably unable to watch? But it's Andreas's hands, because it's his darts at the board.
60.
Trebleless.
What you would give for a camera in the practice room to see the emotion that Jamie Kelling's going through at this moment in time, because this leg will dictate his fate. It dictates the fate of
134.
both himself and Andreas Harrysson, but it's a third man in this party, and that's Lee Evans, who has to do the job on Kelling's behalf.
45.
And it looks incredibly likely now that Jamie Kelling could be the man that goes through. And Andreas Harrysson, who built up a lead in this game, could be seeing his chances of qualification slip through his fingers.
180.
He's come a long way. It's been a long week. And is he going to fall at the final hurdle? It's looking that way, because Lee Evans,
100.
after 6 darts, has gone 134, 180 to leave 187. No mercy. And Jamie Kelling's an odds-on favourite now to go through.
100.
Andreas, the scenario is simple. You need a 180.
$140.
Plan
Lee
B
York,
is to
87.
leave a finish, and that's what he's done. But is he going to get a chance? Because Lee Evans is looking rather good right now. And it's all going to be on this bullseye.
55. Andreas Yukar, 156.
Well, leads itself on 32, but can Andreas Harrysson do something inspired? Not on this occasion, and so Lee Evans is going to return for
100.
double
Lee
16,
York,
a
32.
dart that would knock Andreas Harrysson out of the competition, and it would send Jamie Kelling into tomorrow night's final. Andreas cannot watch
Game
as
shot
Lee
and the
Evans
match.
stares
Lee
down the
Evans.
double 16 that eliminates him from the Super Series, and Jamie Kelling will be the final player into tomorrow night's finals here at the Super Series, as he gets the better of Andreas Harrysson by 4 legs to 3. Mike Warburton's up next. He takes on Matt Dennant.
Well, we have asked for drama. We didn't think we were going to get this much drama, and I don't think this man wanted that much drama in that final game. Jamie Kelling, congratulations. First off, how much has Lee Evans said to you that you owe him for that?
Well, the £12 for man of the match at County tomorrow, because I won't be there now. So,
well, that was going to be one of my questions, but congratulations. You are through to finals night. Tell us how you're feeling first off.
Relieved. I thought I played well over the last 2 days, but I won both days. I won the first 2 games, let it slip. Won the first 2 days, let it slip. So if I didn't get through, it was my own fault, but thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee.
It's absolutely. When Andreas, I mean, we always wish that we have a practice room camera at this point. When Andreas had those 2 match starts, in particular in legs 5 and legs 6, what was going through your mind? Did you think, how have I got into the situation? You know, it's one of those things. But when he missed them, I bet you must be thinking, come on, Lee, do us a favour here.
You know what? I put my jacket on, hood up. I looked away from the screen. I'm done. But then he missed, and obviously Lee took his chances. He had that double 5 in the last start, and then he went off in the last leg really well. But as I said, thank you, Lee. Thank you.
Let's talk about you, because let's be honest about it. You have been very, very good so far this week. I mean, in particular, what we saw at the start of the night tonight, the 107 against Warby, could have been a bit more if just for a couple of missed doubles. That seemed to set you on your way a little bit.
It did. And like I said yesterday, I won the first 2 games yesterday as well. To start good, give yourself that foundation and build off it. And yeah, 107. I think that's my best I've played at the MODUS thing. But I think I was on 81 after 9 in the last leg, and then I started thinking about it. The average is good here. The average is good here. But yeah, any dart player will tell you they start thinking about numbers when it's good. You know it's good, but you know I was just happy to get the win and the 2 points on the board.
And lastly, we heard in commentary that you were supposed to be playing for Hampshire tomorrow in a big decider against Lancashire. Will you be playing the double shift? Will you be getting the Hampshire boys girls down here for tomorrow night?
No, absolutely not playing Hampshire tomorrow. I said to the captain, to be fair, like if I make it through the finals night, I won't be there. If I don't make it, I'll be there. But you know, this is far more important than Hampshire. I'll be there for the next game. But it is a big game for Hampshire, and I wish them all the best of luck. But you know, this is more important for me at the moment.
Well, we hope to see him down here, and we can't wait to see you down here on finals night. Congratulations, Jamie.
Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
No worries at all. Another person who's going to be here at finals night is Matty Dennant, and he's about to take on Mike Warburton in our final group game of the night. So for the final time, Henry, Glenn, over to you.
Thank you, Jarlath. So the final game of Friday sees Matt Dennant up against Mike Warburton. But before we talk about this game, let's have a little reflection on what we've just heard there from Jamie Kelling. And very open, very honest about things, and he knows what his priorities in his career is, and is here at this present moment in time.
A very likeable young man, speaks extremely well, and a credit to the sport. Can I just sort of go to this man in your picture there? Number one, I'm gutted for him. You just get to know people when you sat in this comms box for 5 days watching him. He's even stuck his head in and, you know, sort of knew he's not through there. But what's upset me more than anything is, you know, Andreas is heartbroken in the Players' Lounge here. And it's a long way to come over from Sweden. And not only has he come over from Sweden, he's lives in the real outback of the area there. Then to have 2 darts as well to qualify there, and I don't want to see him with his head down there. So that just shows you how much it means to these players.
Game on.
You know, us dart players will sulk for a day or so. But Mike will just come at me and do a professional job. But very interesting that the fresh guys are the ones that have come through. You know, the guys who've been playing all week are the 2 that, you know, sadly leave us.
So the field is set for tomorrow night. And looking at it, Glenn, who do you fancy at this early stage?
41.
My mind's gone a little bit blank, so let me think. Connor Inahan, Lisa, Richie Parkin, Matty Dennant, Jamie Kelling, and Lee Evans. Yeah, I think I'll go with Lisa. I just think that would be pretty awesome for Lisa to get to the final. To win it would be pretty special, and she hasn't got them 4 stars on her back, because, you know, she's up there with one of the best players in the world, in my opinion, and it would be a wonderful story also for the MODUS Super Series.
57.
And it's just been a sort of momentous week for ladies darts. You know, 3 of them will be at Ali Pali this year, and I think the cherry on the cake with all the extra money at the Women's Series next season, the
100.
cherry on the cake for this week would be Lisa winning this. So I'll go with Lisa Ashton, Henry. And you?
You must have read my notes earlier, Glenn.
54.
On the
Michael
sporty
Carr,
stuff cross, I
160.
said Lisa Ashton to win at 7-1.
Wow. Genuinely didn't. 160, double top.
120. Michael Carr,
Just a
170.
professional. He knows he's not in. He's just, once again, just doing a professional job. He wants to finish on a high.
119.
For Matty
Michael Carr,
Dennant.
40.
Been a difficult night. Much job done. He's through.
Game shot on the first leg. Mike Warburton.
And I can tell anyone listening right now that when you're not bothered about the game because you can't qualify, it can be the easiest game in the world.
Second leg
Because
match
any
is
nerves,
over. Game
any
on.
tension, any anxiety in that body is non-existent. And all of a sudden the game becomes an
58.
absolute doddle.
And it's at this point you actually feel for Mike in particular, where
100.
he knows he's out, and it would be a raw moment of emotion for him. But he has to still go up and
57.
still do a job and try and do himself justice at this point.
Yeah. On a personal level, I have aspirations of being a mentor to players now. You know, there's one or two.
140.
I'd love to speak to. I remember Alex Small at the last one, but I didn't really respond to his messages because I didn't want to put too much mush into his mind right now.
26.
But with Mike, I sort of became friends with him this week. It's one big happy family here afterwards. You know, we share stories, chat about the day, and I've just got to know him a little bit better.
100.
And I know he's gutted, but he's doing a professional job here.
161 after 9 against the Dennant darts.
57. Michael Carr, 161.
He is going to have the luxury of time here. Now, if he goes for the treble 17, would he have gone for the bullseye just to give us something to savour?
137.
Yes.
Well, he's double 12 after 12. With a 2-0 lead. He's averaging
57. Michael Carr,
105,
24.
which, when you consider what he's had to go for over the last few moments, is commendable
Game
beyond
shot on the
belief.
second
Well,
leg. Mike
we may be
Warburton.
bookending our session with 2-ton plus average performances, because Jamie Kelling kicked off the night against Warburton with 107.36 average. Mike
Third leg
Warburton
back to
here,
go first. Game on.
103.66, and into a 2-0 lead against Matty Dennant.
Yeah, Warby walked into Lee Evans at his best. I think that's the game he'll possibly look back on. And that opening game of the
100.
night, Jamie Kelling 107.36 against him. People have just played well the past 2 days against Warby. It's not the fact he's done anything wrong. And
58.
when I look at all the stats in the morning, it won't surprise me if his averages are up there with the people that's qualified. But what has happened is every player has just stepped up the grade. And that's respect to him as well. He was probably the
100.
form horse. He was probably the player that people were a little bit concerned with. But for me, 3 fresh players going into it.
55.
We had this discussion, what would you rather do? Would you rather have 3 days of practice before going into the Thursday, Friday, or would you like to come into it fresh? And we did have a difference of opinions.
81.
And I think it is a horses for courses discussion. Different players will think about it differently.
134.
I also think the younger you are as well. I mean, Josh Richardson said, you know, I would rather play 5 days. I can practice 8 hours a day if I want to. Whereas when you get to your 40s and 50s, you've got to manage.
100.
You've got to manage your body. You know, your practice a little bit different.
180. Michael Carr, 120.
Shanghai for 3-0 as Dennen pars in the first max of the match. 20. Now tops.
100. Michael
Drags
Carr,
below,
74.
so Dennen returns with a 74.
I think, like me, you fancied that there, didn't you? And once again, it's 20. And this is where darts can hurt.
54. Michael Carr, 20.
I'll try and explain something what I want to say at the end of this leg. When we know where this is going to go, double 5. especially after that marker.
10. Mario Kart 20. Game shot on the third leg. Mark Dennant.
Has been the fisherman's friend this week. The 5-5 and the catch of the day, that's for sure. But what I wanted
Both
to
leg
say
Matt
was,
to throw first. Game on.
let's imagine this. I mean, just look at Mike there. That's a great shot. That's someone who's just absolutely thinking, where did it go wrong? Why did people play well against me?
45.
Why do I have to play this last match as a dead rubber? He probably just wants to get up the stage, and there was a moment there where he was peppering 105 average. But he's got a lot to think about. Positives
16.
outweigh the negatives. But what an interesting game it would have been, because the passion, the desire of a Matty Dennant
140.
is one of his biggest strengths. And right now, you know, he knows he's through. And I think he's saving as much energy as he can for tomorrow night.
Mike Warburton in this scenario probably just wants to get in the car
60.
and go home.
And that's why he's been so professional here. He's 2-1 up. Averaging well over 90.
180.
Do you want to hear that 180 chant tomorrow night? Come and join us.
134. Mario Kart 136.
Dartshop.tv. Tickets are free. You can meet me and Henry. Let's just put
58.
another 2 on the audience.
They're definitely coming to meet you.
$59. Mario Kart 78.
Dennant here, 78 to level this game up at 2 apiece. The bullseye, although he didn't have to
46.
go for it with Warburton back at 188, so leaves himself on double 16 after 15 for 2 apiece.
I think the last thing that both players want is a 4-3. I'll tell you what, it's looking that way. But
134.
lovely darts.
Mario Kart 32.
Just squeezes that 32 just a little bit. Good marker.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Matt
Pop,
Dennen.
pop.
And so in our final game of the night, it is a best of 3 scenario.
Fifth leg Mike to throw first. Game on. $58.
A reminder, the final is tomorrow night here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel at 10 p.m.
59.
So 10 o'clock sharp for the finals of week 5, where we'll induct another name into the Champions Week Call of Honour. They'll join Jim McEwen, Alexander Merckx, Justin Smith and Colin Osborne
60.
there at the start of February 2023.
96.
Yeah, what an amazing finale there is. Watching Conan Whitehead take that 20 grand prize. Especially with the trials and tribulations that man's been through in his game of darts the past sort of 12 to 18 months.
55.
So happy for the guy.
99.
What would you do with 20 grand then, Henry?
Definitely go on holiday.
Yes, I'm
98.
I'm off to Tenerife on the 3rd of January. I'm off to Tenerife for the 3rd of January, and I said I wanted to lose 40 pounds in weight.
100.
And we're 2 weeks to go. I've only got 43 pounds to lose.
I was going to say, if you want to lose £40, you spend a week with Marco on kebabs.
Yeah. And don't forget the pizza.
60.
Perfect pizza.
Mario Kart 147.
The Jimmy White.
$89. Mario Kart 170.
Come on, Mike. Let's do it. Come on, Mike, son. Go on, lad.
Game shot in the 5th
Boom,
leg.
boom,
Mike
shake the
Warburton.
room. Get in there, Warby lad.
Wonderful.
Classy. Sick as a chip he is right now. Fed up. Probably
Six leg
thinks it's a
match to
group he
throw
knows he
first.
should have
Game
got
on.
through. And yet he pulls out that 170 for you when it's a dead rubber. Quality from the man.
Wonderful from
57.
Warburton, and he's a leg away from victory here against Bad Dennant in what is our final game of Friday night. Be back tomorrow evening from 10 p.m. for the finals. From week
97.
5 of Series 2 here at the MODUS Super Series.
134.
Glenn Dennant's made his way up to the balcony to join Jarlath Eaton to discuss what's happened this evening. And, well, he might be there till 10 o'clock tomorrow discussing what's
59.
happened over the last couple of hours. It's been a lot to take in, and a lot of drama. It's been a lot of entertainment and a lot of quality hours as well. We've been threatened to the 9 a couple of
119.
times along the way. We may be going all the way again.
$83.
Really, the 9 dart is the only thing we've lacked this week, and maybe we'll get our first in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge
57.
in Portsmouth. Conor Heenahan, who's into tomorrow night's final, is the only player to have amassed a 9 dart leg in this particular venue.
100. Mario Kart 134.
Another one of them. Double 10 for 3-3 for
Game shot in the
back-to-back
6th
big
leg.
finishes.
Dennant.
And we go all the way to a deciding leg in our final game of the evening.
7th and final leg, Mike to
It's
throw
Warby
first.
who has
Game
the
on.
darts. It's his last leg of the week. Dennant will be back tomorrow, but Warby will be wanting to sign off with a win.
121. $60.
And remember as well, tomorrow night we will reveal the lineup for next week. Now, next week is
140.
good. Very good. Very, very good.
99.
It is worth the tease, trust me.
$82. $57. Mario Kart 158.
So to sign off in style, another one of them would have left double 19. It would have been some way to finish. He's got the luxury of time, of course, in this leg.
82.
76 he leaves after 12 with Dennant all the way back on 285, but he ain't going to be back there for much longer. Not for much longer at all.
Mario Kart 76.
And so Warburton, 76 to seal the deal. Double top
Game
to finish
shot on the match,
with a
Mike
win
Warburton.
for Warburton. He had to come on stage knowing that his chances of qualifying was over, but he gets the win over Matt Dennen by 4 legs to 3. He is the victor in that one. A nice little sporting show of affection between the pair there. 92 average that for Mike Warburton in that 4-3 victory. 3 maximums for Matt Dennant, but it was the 3 from 7 that undid him in the end. And so we know now the finals field. Let's reflect upon everything we've seen this evening with Glenn Dennant up on the balcony with Jarlath Eaton.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Thank you for all your work this evening. Go get some rest. We will see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow evening, or tonight, really, I should say. Actually, it's been another long night here at the Super Series, but boy, have we been treated to some special darts.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a long night when you're seeing darts like we've seen tonight. But you know, when you've been here 5 days with people like Andreas and Mike Warburton, the disappointment, that's been quite tough actually to see. I mean, he was heartbroken downstairs, Andreas, and yeah, that's the tough side. But on the flip side, Jamie Kelling stands out for me. Delighted for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting that the two players that we saw coming from Monday and Wednesday didn't actually quite go through. And the three players that were in here on Thursday night was very, very good.
Fresh versus fatigue. That was a discussion me and H had. And that's what all I can put it, down to. But yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, let's have a look at that final table then and see what happens. So here we go. It's going to be Lee Evans, I think, who tops the table. It is Lee Evans who does top the table just from Matty Dennant, who's on 8 points there. And then Jamie Kelling, as we say, coming through. Mike Warburton only missing out again for the second time this week on leg difference. Andreas finishing there on 5th. But again, that must be heartbreaking, you say, for Warby as well.
Oh, it is. It is. I'm gutted for him. You know, maybe as a commentator, I shouldn't get so involved. But, you know, you can see people grow. You know, that they're asking you for advice. And, you know, I do like that mentor role I can maybe offer people. And, yeah, he's gutted down there. But let's just focus on the positives. What an unbelievable night we've got for tomorrow night.
Let's talk about that now then. Let's take a look then at the two groups that we're going to have for you on finals night. There you see in Group 1, Conor Heenan, the man who qualified on Wednesday's group. Lisa Ashton there as well, and Matty Dennant in Group 1. In Group 2, Jamie Kelling, Lee Evans and Richie Parkin. Now, those two groups look tasty.
That top group looks very, very tasty. I think the second group looks winnable. I think all three will be happy with the second group. The first group looks very juicy.
Yeah, and I mean, I've got to ask you, you've got a nail cutters to the master. Are you still going with the Lancashire Rose?
Absolutely. I think what a story that would be. I'm a biggest fan, and good luck to it. It's been a brilliant week for ladies darts. This would be the cherry on the cake.
Absolutely. Glenn, thank you very much indeed as well. We'll go and get some rest because we've got to be back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Conor Heenan was the first man. Richie Parkin, Lisa Ashton in the morning. And then, of course, this evening, Lee Evans, Jamie Kelling, and also Matty Dennant getting over the line. And they are our Super Six. We hope that you can join us tomorrow night where we will find out the 5th member of our Champions Week crew. Who will be joining Jim McEwen in there as well? Who will be joining all the rest of the guys that were involved